But it's another thing to understand the entire process of pain management, when to use it, when not to, how to read situations better, and to have good training and quality training. And some people say that comes with experience, but at the end of the day, there should be some standardized testing, because you're going to have younger docs, nurses, and whomever that come out of the gate that don't know and may make poor judgments, not because they're not good at what they do, but because there could be some inexperience involved just based on the game that's being played. So in this area, with it trumping heart disease, diabetes, and cancer combined, it's an area that needs extreme focus, in my opinion, that we really need to jump on to go to the next level in our health. Puts another hour in the charts. I'd like to thank our producer, Jay Patrick, John Garrison, Leslie Pardue, and the rest of the team. I'm your health and lifestyle coach. Go tell one person something you learned on this show, and together we can change the health of our friends, our families, and our communities. You're listening to the best in healthy talk radio, where we're diagnosing hope one person at a time. Remember, whether you're absolutely thriving or challenged in a hospital bed, remember, there's always hope to get your health back.
This show is designed to provide accurate information of a general nature on the subject matter covered, and given with the understanding that neither the host nor the station is engaged with rendering any form of medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. This information is not approved by the FDA and is not intended to diagnose, prevent, treat, or cure any disease.
To experience more of ASA RX audio, visit us at asarx.com. Dr. Asa here to tell you about Med and stem cell therapy. Stem cells are naturally produced in our body for healing and repair. From inflamed joints to wounds and other medical conditions, stem cell therapy can help your body ignite its own potential. Med has done the research and seen amazing clinical benefits of stem cell therapy. Remember, surgery is not your only option. Learn more at adiamed.com. That's ADIA med.com. Hi, it's Asa here. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Do you need a new prescription for your life? I have a special gift for all my listeners. I'm giving away a free copy of my international best-selling book to help you truly live your potential. All you have to do is cover the shipping and handling, and I will give you the book absolutely free. I want to invest in you and your health this year. So get your free copy of my book by visiting myfreehealthbook.com. That's myfreehealthbook.com, and let's get healthy together this year.
You're listening to KGUM-FM Debbie Valley, Wave 105.1 FM, the Talk of Guam, a proud Glimpses media radio station.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The White House says Operation Epic Fury is a resounding success. Many Americans are still trapped in the Middle East, unable to leave because of the fighting with Iran. CBS's Cammie McCormick reports.
The U.S. Embassy in Iraq is telling Americans there to leave and have a supply of water, food, and other essential items. This New Jersey woman has been stuck in Kuwait.
We can see the missiles, like, it's crazy. Nobody's feeling safe at all.
The State Department says it's working to get charter flights operating, but Secretary of State Marco Rubio says one of the biggest obstacles has been airspace closures in the region.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says the U.S. is just getting started when it comes to the war with Iran.
Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today.
A U.S. submarine has sunk an Iranian warship in the Indian Ocean. Sri Lanka's Navy says it has recovered 87 bodies and rescued 32 people from that ship. Due to the situation in the Middle East, shipping firm Hapag-Lloyd says it has suspended Gulf bookings until further notice. The Senate will hold a vote today on whether to block President Trump from using further military force against Iran. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns is on Capitol Hill.
By and large, this is likely going to fail. We know that Democratic Senator John Fetterman is not supportive of it. He reiterated that to us yesterday in conversation. He's not going to support this. So the votes, at least at this point, are not there.
A contentious hearing on Capitol Hill as Minnesota's governor and top prosecutors testified over a social service fraud crackdown that Democrats claim is political retribution. CBS's Allison Keyes reports.
Republicans on the House Oversight Committee, including Chair James Comer, accused Governor Tim Walz of playing politics instead of pausing payments in government programs.
You didn't stop payments because you didn't want to rock the boat. And when fraud concerns were raised,
Walsh and the state's top prosecutors say Minnesota has been singled out for political retribution by the Trump administration, pointing to its immigration crackdown. Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
The FAA is meeting with airlines today about capping the number of flights at Chicago's O'Hare Airport for the summer. CBS News senior transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve explains.
This is a very conscious effort to avoid a situation we saw last year at Newark Airport, where there were so many more flights than the airport could really handle that it was creating extensive delays and disruptions for flyers.
Stocks rise on Wall Street. The Dow is up 276 points. The NASDAQ is up 361. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here. Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring. Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now. JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet. Just a couple things, huh? Maybe more than a couple. Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wiper? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
It'll be time to change your clocks this weekend.
Researchers at Purdue University, including Michael Liam Smith, looked at millions of social media posts about time changes, one of which occurs in the U.S. this weekend. It's probably no surprise that most people don't like moving clocks back or forward an hour in March and in early November.
And it's pretty negative. There seems like for the first few days, there's not as many fans as there are critics of time-shifting events.
Most polls suggest Americans overwhelmingly favor keeping clocks the same year-round. Jim Crisula, CBS News.
It's officially named the World Baseball Classic, but for the Group C games in Japan, simply call it the World according to Shohei Ohtani. Ohtani's life-size image is all over the Tokyo Dome. Japan begins play on Friday against Taiwan, with South Korea, Australia, and the Czech Republic also in the group. Japan is defending champion and is expected to claim one of the 2 spots for the quarterfinals in the U.S. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Guys, Hoffman Club, good morning and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, 6:03 on a Thursday, March 5th. We are streaming online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. The Agania Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center, your one-stop destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. Code 1 Law Enforcement, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, they've got it at Code 1. Gear up and stay ready. GTA, we start with you. Patch Tinting and Detailing. For all your tinting and detailing needs, call 671-647-SLAM. It's like shade under a mango tree. Subway, eat fresh in just a few clicks. You can order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good To Go, We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. 5 minutes after 6 o'clock this morning, the studio lines are at 922-1051 or 1052. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. This is Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
How can virtual models accelerate scientific discovery and revolutionize industry? Digital twins are virtual replicas of real-world systems such as bridges, jet engines, and even human hearts. By integrating real-time data from sensors with mathematical models, digital twins mirror the behavior and simulate the performance of their real-world counterparts. This allows users to monitor conditions, test scenarios, predict outcomes, and optimize operations without directly interfering with the physical asset.
As we create kind of digital twins of landscapes and of water and of vegetation and of cities and of people moving around, we can think about the world as a geospatially referenced form so that we can catalog authoritative sources and bring them together to solve problems.
Since the 1960s, Jack Dangermond has been working to bring geographic information into the digital realm.
My big vision is that we will wire up the whole planet so we have a real-time digital twin of everything.
Today, thanks to investments from the U.S. National Science Foundation, digital twins can be found in use modeling ocean topography, how hazards impact infrastructures and communities in hurricane conditions, and even incorporating breakthroughs in artificial intelligence into biomedical applications. Hear more science and engineering news on NSF's Discovery Files podcast.
We all know there are great sales leading up to Christmas, but what about the rest of the year? This is Ted Rossman with the Bankrate Personal Finance Minute. There are more retail holidays on the calendar than you realize. For example, Black Friday and Cyber Monday aren't your only opportunities to grab a good deal on appliances and mattresses. President's Day, Memorial Day, the 4th of July, and Labor Day all tend to offer compelling savings opportunities. January and February are the best times to buy bedding, sheets, and towels. Furniture discounts tend to peak in February and August. Car deals are most attractive in the last 3 months of the year. Clothing prices bottom out at the end of any season, so think winter coats in March and swimsuits in September. Get a new barbecue grill or patio furniture at the end of summer. TVs and other electronics are priced most attractively on Black Friday and Cyber Monday. You can also find TV deals leading up to the Super Bowl and computer savings during back-to-school season. For more, check out Bankrate.com. I'm Ted Rossman.
I'm Larry Magid with the Connect Safely report. I have family members who swear that their phones are listening to them. They have a conversation, perhaps in their living room, and minutes later, they see an ad related to that conversation. It may seem like anecdotal evidence, but what's really happening is predictive profiling. Apps and ad networks are tracking what you search, browse, and even what your friends are searching. And with enough data, they can guess what you're interested in before you say it out loud. That said, there are apps that actually could be listening because they have permission to access your microphone. So unless you have complete trust in an app, you might consider going into settings on iOS or Android and turning off the permission for that app to access your microphone. You'll find more at connectsafely.org/radio. With the Connect Safely report, I'm Larry Magid for CBS News.
Conversations that matter. Community that listens. Wave 105, the Talk of Guam. A Glimpses Media radio station.
Mausanya itinota. Hinasu ginini komisyon itinot sa moro. Ekungo si Senora Hope Cristobal.
Iperatso biha ifino.
Panfino Zamora kana siguro na makomprehendihin. Zangin iume kumo tigya siguro debiti na klaro. Lo mahput na lo lisa pa na tempo todo megay no na problema no que manali con tempo leko na zangin manfino English kasi manfino sa mo
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to ID. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Safiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to ID at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Brian early extra music that's going to wake us all up if you're not already there. Good morning, hello, guys. Morning, guys. What are you doing? Got the blues and the announcements are going to go downstairs. It's Thursday now, right? So I'm here for the Thursday now. I'm here for it. It couldn't be any more business than the other days this week. I just did one after the other. The first couple of them are talking to you. So the last thing I can start here, for example, that's a whole different level of equivalent it's your hobby. It's somebody like that. It's a really interesting to watch when it's right into the government and government has more people over employees in one company when it's one day whatever it is. But we've got a big Thursday happening this morning and now it's on the phone for the YouTube channel. Thanks for that. For being number one always, Laura. If you go to your phone, thanks for that. If you're doing it for the video, thanks for the video on your comment. It's super. The roads are nice and dry. The traffic is good. You know, I can't say it's a different changes from, within 10 minutes. It's great things and things. But it's all busy early this morning. Everybody going to where they have to go. Mostly to the food court. Probably not as well too, but in fact, this week I'm doing and like other platforms, the answers are down, the radio effects are again there as well. So, the airlines, there's a couple things going on. We're not talking about anything changing. We're not going to start now. But here's what the lines are starting to pick up. Well, if you're in Manila, somebody sent me a note yesterday saying that they're hearing that in Manila, that the Malaysia American people are learning about the cancellation of the flights going into Dubai. That's an influential aerospace out there that anybody wants to take a chance on. So they're airlines are having a bit of a struggle because they're so tiny that they're the rappers. They're not even super commercial flights in that area for a while. Yeah, so at least these facilities that people want to visit. I mean, why would you want to go to visit? That's one thing. But there's also another line thing that's happening in this country. If you know. And the people that they do have a lot of domestic workers that come from the Philippines that pick up their jobs by the wealthy for domestic service. It's not being a minimum, it's being a truck or a somebody to pay for the wages. I mean, I don't know if it is that, but it's enough for them to find a job where they are and be able to get next to many more than if they just stay home. So these simple moments is really kind of the anybody's going to use it. It's a broader scope of people who are trying to see if Americans are finding opportunities in never better conditions, or, as we all know, you find it from the Philippines, and then you come to America and you go to these other countries, and so, a lot of those types of domestic service workers in Singapore, and they're going there, and they look at money, and then they send it back, because pretty much all of their institutions are taking care of because of the benefit of living with them. And pretty racist values. So there's a lot of people, that's also driving a lot of people, but you can only imagine the number of families that are in the Philippines desperate to make sure that their family members are okay. And whether or not this is still a good decision for them to go and work in some countries in another country if they want to become work for. But those atmosphere, security, for any international airport, really what direction they go in is really, really complicated. And coupled with the fact, at least domestically in America, coupled with the fact that TSA and the Department of Homeland Security has to check some of its programs because of the funding issues. So they still have not addressed the funding for the Department of Homeland Security. And it doesn't look like it's very closer to it with their landfill at 59 instead of the oversight committees in Congress at the moment. If you see round 15 of all these amendments that's coming for 59 seasons, then you really have to be paying attention because up and down every season, any news channel, every platform, there are tidbits, little snippets of these two things a lot more tangible than just basically solving the bit of it down and try to filibuster their way out of this house. Kristen Young is a little cleaner. She's not taking any BS. She says that she's stepping up her showing, but she's also a low-level section of her disorder, right? But that doesn't mean that she's not getting a break. They're really coming down with her things that she says that she doesn't know, just for the information that the president said. There's complete record and evidence to show that any distance of centralization of ICE agents, these ICE agents and their treatment of U.S. citizens for people that they're trying to pay for. And if you don't know who Bob and Phil are trying to pay for, they don't seem any closer to doing with DHS other than dealing with this directive and coming to work for the money. And I will see everybody can look at one thing when you push out the Democrats that we're going to do as well. Here's what I know. If I either re-impeach her or she resigns. That's the problem. And really doesn't see that. What you think of lose men and women that have been getting the ballot personally from themselves. It's getting to the budget seems like a possibility. Considering, what they're concentrating now, how they run the place. And how they run the place is because this meeting has been engaged in the casino, the floor, and this family, even months and months of requests that are coming to all of this. Something under these natural disasters to achieve those power, the slow moving money into payment. We have to just pray for we don't have a natural disaster like a typhoon or something. We're going to have to rely on FEMA because it sounds like we don't have to stand in a line. And if you're a Democrat state, the right seems to be getting money in the number. And some of the lines that are getting into TSA, we sent to the airport last week because they not the airport, but Homeland Security sent out a release to a number of airports saying that TSA paycheck is no longer an option. And then they've also suspended the global entry program. And we got to the airport and the number for off-the-wrong said that they postponing the global entry program at the TSA paycheck and payments being open. And this is why we're still looking at some of those workers that are slated for the payroll and it's a hard time looking at them. We're going to have to catch up with one of these with the U.S. Coast Guard and what's happening with them. They just received a new vessel. And that would have been something that you might have been thinking about, but she couldn't be something about anything. She couldn't be something about anything with the crew. And it's not true. If anybody in the security here, any of these guys in the FEMA, and any of these guys that go to the Coast Guard, there are definitely a stop right now. And that's why it's not bad that it's coming from her. But actually, we can't. The news last week was that they got portion of their last paycheck, but it's been a real big struggle. And you can see it. You can definitely see it. So with air travel, here we are. There's going to be questions about how much they're going to be paying for gas stations these days, because we always assume the price of the gallon of gas goes up to $85. So that they're looking at the price of the gas. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, you want to look at it? All right, fine. Whatever that was, whatever $50 I'm sorry, or not. Yeah, that's something that you can't actually look at when it's like a play, and it's kind of, how much of either the first level, either the medical opportunity, or is like a quarter that gets you around where you need to go. Yes, you may not make perfect sense, because I have a budget for 50. I have a budget for 50, like 40 cents more. I have a budget for 50 if it's 40 cents more. And I guess that's the only way to get around it. And it's not like, if you get around it, it's not like we did not, right? It's not like we can pour into the cost of life and make things like, well, it's not really understanding. It's not like you can pull on one of these persons and compete with the other guarantees. In the moment, you see these can stop out of our freeway, you'll see the exit system. They're going to find a computer. That's why they're moving time that's out there. So they have learned all of this. They're learning to speak with each other. And when these numbers get closer, like this, they're closer to following the business because everybody who's got a membership is working to make sure that they're going to get the lowest price possible for gas money. Remember, there is a membership that's to go. To tell you about the information for all of you right here on my page. Good morning. How are you? It's also, because sometimes you want to know, I don't know them, and I'm not sure. Even though there happens to be problems with backfighting, we still don't know if that's going to be possible or where it's going to be available. So it's still a goal to see it and then back and forth again until they come up with a funding plan to do that. Let's do it for Delta, we called back on his part. Oh, okay. But he's still the right. But at least he's actually in there. How does that work? Does it depend on what does that work? Well, it all depends on the mission. If the mission shifted and whatnot, and we're going to go back to it anymore. And then this time around, more people got recalled from the last 10 months of the 14 days. I think it was running around. Hello, there was a lot more working, but no one just like, they're picking and choosing. I think calling on it, because I'm just waiting for the word to go, but I tell you what, I've been extremely busy. I've been told, she has decided to do the renovation, so I'm here contact actually, and she's looking at this framework for the free. Oh, she's definitely going to have it on. She's living on the road, helping us in calls, and we have a bathroom where we have 2 windows and stuff, and we have bathrooms being renovated. Anyway, I talked to you about the personal side. My mom, right? My brother Mark was listening, and the necklace that was my mom that she wore all the time happened to be that I took was the My brother thought that we started doing it. And he said, you won't ever say this. Obviously she knows that. So she knows like you could go to vaccinator because of such a, very much so. My brother took me and I was like, even though he looks like people take him out, versus, like one of those pictures of those kind of guys, that's just fun with the guy. He's so retarded. Like the whole top of his body is so retarded. But I'm pretty sure people that cross the critical fat meaning are maybe most people cross more than the case. So it looks like something even if I look like I'm we all are pitching in what I need from, American Trust. And everybody that I've run into have really, reached out and stuff. It's not, it's going to be a big struggle this morning. I asked her. I'm not sure how many days it's really, I think we're prepared more this time than we were the last time. So I do have my things on the family, just in case it goes a little bit longer. So, 10 times more family or maybe start to really think about, reaching out, maybe have the co-parent or mutual assistance. That's always been for natural disasters or hardship in the family. Those guys really just start down. And I'm very grateful for learning to keep work here to very clearly say what they can do. It's not like, there's something where, working with a working don't want to be out there feeding information based on the rumor, because then you've created nonsense hope or nonsense of threat. And I talked to my county being just that work too, that are also promoted and there too, are also in the same, we just got to the road and, they just hope for the best. I mean, we're all in for what we do, folks have actually been attending meetings this week, and I'm like, it's really hard, I can't do it in restaurant capacity. Having to do with the weather, having to do with, like, helping the community, like meetings, training, they can do that. It's a background thing, but I also chose to go for conducting meetings and, I'm sitting on RCS, which is Incident Connecticut Center for the training and certificates that I can't even send in to those that are past the class and trying to go through that. So that's just minor, but they're also cool, there's really not much we can do about it until it's about to win it, so I'm just hoping for the better to help us, coach for tomorrow, and we need to do something. I think that I was last year, the series with Sister Lower, but it was pretty bad, what the family, they need help. I heard a listening thing this morning, and you're right, the normal between him and Tom Brandy is very different. So, we can really hope for the best, and that we'll start seeing a learning family. That's the problem, I think, that is what we get that. So, this is what you think is going on, and the whole story of this is sort of picking on his really fantastic language. Well, I was going to say, if I would feel like, when you're picking things on Julia, it's like, if you go, I will be in your office, and if we go another week, I can leave these three sections and shuffle them off. I'll probably cover with some breakfast, and then we can go another round of, back and forth. Well, I appreciate it, but I hope it doesn't happen for the obvious reasons. I'm already starting to start at 7, so that's all done. I'm getting early and very late. So wait, by the way, this seems to happen to a real life person who's doing it on Shopify. I know there's a bidding war for the work, or was it easy enough for them to find a contractor? I'm doing it by person, whoever thinks it's perfect. So we had a really wonderful training contractor, and we put up a really good business from Los Angeles to he talked about something. He literally said, because I have so much work, he's actually showing me a little bit of what to do. And so I'm not only just watching, learning, and stuff. And he hasn't really worked with those, especially just two-person body, but he's actually told me, so I actually, and some sort of thing qualified to do some crafts on the blueprint. It's somehow work savvy, but not little savvy yesterday with the trigger and the hammer. I'm telling you what, I got down to the crowd that fast and it's leaking, and I'm going to, I'll tell you in another year because it's going to be down the next week, and I'm going to go around, so I'm not good. Well, I hope so. I hope it's not bad, depending on, because I'm pretty pain on the back of that. I'm sorry, thank you, transformation. But, try to transfer to bring water glass and bring silicone or the other type of routine, but we haven't done it. We're trying to beat the cost because 37 and 7,000 is supposed to be putting it together again for next week. So we're trying, I'm hoping that it doesn't, we're trying to get the next positive for you. But the next thing I'll let you know is how to install windows and shutters. And then we're also doing a bathroom survey. I'm learning every soft skill from this man and put them all up and, let's fail. Do the fun practice.
Thank you so much. Wait, first at the end of the story about now all of the, so Cook bought it, And
No.
Chanel,
Yeah, he bought it.
Cook
Yep,
bought it,
yep.
but Chanel is in possession of it because your mother actually gave that to her, right? So
Gave that to her.
So
That's
are
true
you
to
giving
her.
it back to Cook? What's the
Oh,
verdict?
of course.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not-
Chanel's definitely. She's not one. My daughter has zero greediness or zero.
Sure.
All you know.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you a funny story. You know how Chanel rescues all these animals, right?
God, yes, we all know how Chanel is an animal
Yes.
lover. Yes.
So yesterday she was walking her dog, and we had a lot to do from the cleaning up after the contractor. And I asked her, she came in, and she's like, "Mom, do you have antibiotics and a Q? I have to run to the store to get Q-tips and stuff." She found I'm not sure if it's a hen or if it's a root. I think it's a hen. That when she went to walk her dogs, the stray dogs got a hold of it. This is again Heights, and she ended up bringing that rooster, hen, or chicken back, and was back there with Q-tips and whatnot, cleaning out whatever wound it was and adding on antibiotics. And now we have added to the mix of all the rescued animals a chicken that's in the garage.
Wow.
And one of the bins that I cleaned out, I'm like, where is that bin that I need? And there, sure enough, Cuckoo Cachoo, that's what I named her.
Oh, that's
Cuckoo
cute.
Cachoo is in the garage right now. And then yesterday while she was at work, she's like, can you go and take a picture of her and send it to me? So now I'm, doing house calls with vet checkups and whatnot.
Yeah.
I was just scared the chicken was going to take off at me because I kept going in the garage to get, like, some tools and stuff. And I'm just like, don't you go crazy and I will take you out.
I will cuddle you. I will
Oh, yeah.
Kelligwin you.
I should have said that. Yeah,
I
for
will
sure.
Kelligwin you,
Anyways.
baby. Okay. Hey,
Yeah.
Dee, good luck, my friend. We'll talk soon.
Thank you so
All right.
much.
We'll keep updated. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
That's Dee Cruz. Always and ever happy to give us a glimpse into her personal life, because what happens to her happens to a lot of people, and it's not easy sometimes to use your own personal experiences, as a tool to help other people. So I'm always grateful when she kind of bears all and really doesn't take any exception to that. I appreciate that. It's 6:41 now, a little bit late for that break, but let's go ahead and take it right now. We'll be right back.
CBS News Brief. The White House says the U.S. expects to have full control over Iranian airspace within hours. And Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also says to get Americans out of the Middle East.
The administration is already rapidly chartering flights free of charge and booking commercial options, which we expect to become increasingly available as time goes on.
House Democrats want to vote on a war powers resolution today that would limit President Trump's authority to strike Iran. House Speaker Mike Johnson.
Congress has a constitutional right to exercise its oversight authority, and we will. But we also have a duty and obligation not to undercut our own national security.
During a second day of questioning by a House committee, Democrat Jerry Nadler asks Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem about federal investigations of shootings involving agents.
Will you cooperate with the local authorities? Yes
I
or
don't
no?
conduct the investigations that are outside
There
or
is-
within the umbrella of ICE and CBC.
I'll take that as a no.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
Hey, Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now. 39 minutes after 6 o'clock with your Real Deal Traffic Report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. And you could schedule a test drive. Just give us a call at 478-AUTO. Check out our inventory on our website at GuamAutospot.com. And go further on every journey with Mobile Synergy Supreme Plus fuel. It's for better gas mileage and leaves your engine 3 times cleaner. Alrighty, guys, let's see what we got getting around the central part of the island, folks. It looks like traffic is actually quite light this morning, folks. If you're on the northern part, the central part, or the southern end of the island, it looks like if there's anywhere on the streets of Guam that you need to be, now would probably be your best bet. We have a little delay up and around Barragata. That's going to be around that tri-intersection where Route 8, 16, and Route 10 all merge with one another. But aside from that, let's just watch our speed limit this morning. Make sure that your headlights are going. We got school buses that are also making their rounds. Remember, Guam seat belts are sexy. Do keep in mind that we have ongoing construction happening later on this morning, and that will be between Route 32 and Payless. We got manhole adjustments going on, as well as a tri-intersection along Route 15. They got some pavement striping projects going on. So motorists, please be advised to expect some traffic delays up and around Manilao today. Please slow down and comply with the posted speed limits when traveling through the work zones, and remain alert for uneven pavement surfaces as well as temporary steel plates. It's your Real Deal traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
Mausonia ifinota. Hinasu ginini komisyon ifinot sa moro. Ekungo si Signora Hope Cristobal.
Iparatazzo guha ifino. Paratafanfino sa moro. Zano tana siguro na makompreprendi hit. Zangin iume kungo tigef siguro. Debdi tana kloklaro. Lo mahput na lo lingsa pa ako na tempo todo megay no na problema no ti manali hit con tempo leko na zangin manfino English tasigi manfino sa moro tia josaso sing your hat.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
Wave 105, keeping Guam informed, inspired, and in the conversation. Glimpses Media.
Calling all engaged couples and event planners. Join Leo Palace Resort Guam for our first ever bridal and event expo, The Road to I Do. Happening March 21st from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Zafiro Ballroom. Explore venue options, financial planning, bridal glam, formal wear, wellness, entertainment services, and more, all in one place. The Road to I Do at Leo Palace Resort Guam. Design your day, define your forever. Special thanks to Power 98, Wave 105, and Route 99.
$6:47 here. March barely into the program, and phones already going crazy on my end. Just a lot of people weighing in on things. We're going to be talking to Landon Idlet in a little while. He wants to sort of update. I wanted to update on the weather. Just I can't handle it. It's like raining 1 minute, and it's like wetting the hair, and you need an umbrella, and the next thing you know, it's not raining anymore, and it's just boiling hot. So hey, welcome to the seasons of Guam. I was just listening a couple times to that spot on about the wedding show that's happening over at Leo Palace, and I got to tell you, Leo Palace is actually, I mean, it's palatial first of all, but that is a venue where it's out there, further away from all of the rest of the hotels that are all side by side down on this end, but up there. There's just a whole vibe that you get because it's out in a more quieter space. And when you come up on it, it's almost like discovering like a jewel that you didn't know you had in your drawer. It's like, whoa, where did this come from? Because it's massive. It's a massive property, and it's got a baseball field, and it's got a golf course, and it's just got a whole recreational area. But inside it's been a while since I've been there. Only this past year had I gone, like even a couple times, I had gone into the hotel, and it's massive. First of all, it's massive, and they've got these sweeping staircases, and it just makes, when they said they were having a wedding show, I think that just makes for the ambiance of that whole thing. I mean, I have seen people's very close friends of mine whose children went to the Leo Palace for a photo opportunity. Like they were taking photos for their engagement, right? Or in the announcement of their engagement. And then some of the other photos, because it's got such a really nice backdrop with this huge space and the tall ceilings and the whole thing. I just feel, I think maybe one time I stayed there, must have been about 15 years ago that I actually stayed there, but they refurbished it, so I don't even know what the inside rooms look like. But I've been there for a few occasions. Most recently, I think it was when Mayor Brian Terlahi had the Miss Guam Liberation, and that was a whole pageant style thing in that room. That was really nice. And I mean, they just have a lot of different things. I haven't tried the food in a long time, but I am here to tell you that maybe if you're thinking about a wedding, using that property as a backdrop for your photos, I'm going to say I've seen a lot of photos taken in there. Some of them really original. Others sort of the standard photos you would take. It's just got a really nice backdrop. So when is that? Sorry, I'm catching you because I didn't really hear the date. I got to go back. I got to go here too. I've heard it several times now, so it's in rotation. I'll remember the date, or I'll ask our Rick when he gets in what the dates are. But hey, go ahead and have a good time with that. I was talking at the beginning of the show about the situation up in Saipan, and that I started reading some of the drama that was happening over there when the Governor Apatang was in the mainland. Hang on a second. He was in the mainland, and the lieutenant governor was having at it. And that's kind of the danger of when a governor leaves, that you all have to make sure you're on the same page. And I guess Brad Rosala has something better to say about this from the CNMI News Service. Oh, hello. Good morning. Hey, Brad, you're on the air.
Frank's Pizza, may I take your order?
Yeah, you have Hey, good morning. How you doing, man?
Great to hear your voice. How's everybody down there?
We're doing good. We're just kind of bebopping along. We got a little bit of weather down here, but for the most part, we're deep into political territory with our general election coming up. So the heat is on.
We're feeling that heat over here. It doesn't just stay over there in Guam. It radiates all the way up in the north Marianas.
Yeah.
We are full in that season.
Yeah. I wanted to specifically talk to you about the current administration. And this has been an administration that was kind of a surprise to come in, right? Because with the death of the former president, the former governor, then, there was a switch in the administration. I'm kind of curious about the relationship between the governor and the lieutenant governor, and why there was such a big upset when the lieutenant governor fired a couple of cabinet members.
Well, the way it works is the governor passed away, the lieutenant governor becomes the governor, and the Senate president then becomes the lieutenant governor. Now, they are not part of the same political party, which doesn't mean that they can't get along and do everything. However, they have different agendas, and as things are heating up in that political season, our current governor, David Upthing, has already confirmed he's not running for anything. He said after he's done with his term, he's done with politics and working and all that. Lieutenant governor, though, does have his eyes set on another term, I would say, being there, even though it's not official yet. All the roads have been pointing to him being not named as former governor and current gubernatorial candidate, Ralph Torres, as running mate. Again, it's not official. It hasn't been decided. Maybe some curveball comes in later, but that's what it really appears to be. The reason why there was a big uproar about the termination by the lieutenant governor, because when Governor Apatang went off island, acting governor terminated two members of his cabinet. And he got rid of the commissioner of police, and he got rid of the person who's in charge of all the grants and the clearinghouse for all the grants that are coming from the federal government to the CNMI. And he did so without consulting with the governor at all. So when the governor came back, actually this happened. His phone was blowing up while he was in Washington, D.C., and all of his staffers that were there with him saying, "Can you believe what just happened?" Now, the lieutenant governor said that he had his own reasons for doing it. And when we interviewed him also, he said that were he governor, he would want his lieutenant governor to consult with him before doing it first. But he said that he wanted to do it because the exact words were he wanted to make a decisive decision. He said he didn't want to wait. He saw that there was an issue and he wanted to act on it. Of course, the governor comes back, was not happy about that, immediately reinstates one of the folks, and then he was going to look to the law with his legal counsel about reappointing the commissioner of police, and that is one of those positions that needs to get Senate confirmation. So that's it. And yesterday, when we had a press conference, it was the first public engagement, save for the quick 5 minutes that we got with the governor to talk about it when he got back on Friday. When before we started the press conference yesterday, his special advisor, Clyde Narita, said, "Hey guys, look, don't ask the governor about the lieutenant governor, and don't ask the governor about the hiring back of the commissioner." And, we told them, well, we can't ask those questions. They're like, but can we do that in a separate press conference? So the governor's not really keen on talking about that right now. And while we did ask a few other questions, we gave him a little bit of a reprieve because we got so much good information about that trip to Washington. But basically, it sounds like there was not a very good working environment between them after this decision was made. Beforehand, things seemed to be fine. In fact, when we spoke with the governor on Friday, and he said that he didn't want to talk to the lieutenant governor yet because he had just gotten back and was dealing with all his stuff. But then we had heard from other folks who were up there at the office saying that the lieutenant governor had been summoned to go up to his office, and he ended up continuing on with the rest of his life instead of going up there.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, well, that's all. You always run the danger, especially if you run a danger in the way that the structure is at the CNMI, that you can have two opposing parties running the government at the same time. It's a rarity that it happens, and it clearly was a rarity that the governor, the late Governor Palacios, passed away, and then sort of changed the political shift of this administration. I don't think anybody was expecting this short-lived administration. But be it as it may, to the point that the Governor Apatang had a successful trip to the National Governors Association meeting, and then the economic meeting Pacific Economic meeting that they had in Hawaii. I don't know what the conversation turned like. Where are you right now? Are you on Bluetooth?
I'm on Bluetooth, but I just pulled into the office. Did it get really loud? Really?
It is a little. It is disconcerting. You want to. Okay. Actually, you're best right now. If you could just give me a couple of minutes. So, he made a statement, and I think it drew some laughs from the crowd. But did you ask him to go into deep detail about the comment he made about the CNMI has islands that are up for sale if investors? Was that, did everybody sort of take it that as a, hey, we're kind of desperate. So if you guys, we have issues economically because of tourism, how about you guys invest in maybe an island? Was that tongue in cheek, or was that a serious proposition that actually can be heavily questioned?
Why, are you interested?
It depends on the cost, but I don't think I can get past your Article 15, so there's that.
Well, Article 12.
Article 12, but thanks.
And the other thing you're going to have to do is try to save up more money. It's going to cost you more money to get a ticket on United to get here than it is to find island.
I'll buddy pass. But the point is, do you think it was a joke that he made, or was he just trying to lay the groundwork for how tough things are in the CNMI?
So this is one of those I told you so's. I don't really love saying it, but I knew in the spirit of it that it was just going to be a funny thing. And so he did get asked, and he said, of course, he was kidding.
Okay.
He said you can lease them, but you can't buy them.
Right.
But he's not really selling the island.
Right. Okay. And it kind of, some very serious people took it very seriously. But I listened back to the sound bite, and I actually heard chuckling from inside the room. So it didn't sound like it was received as something that was, hey, listen, really, we're up for sale, because clearly, the law doesn't allow that to have, the covenant doesn't allow that to happen. But nonetheless, nonetheless, good.
Whoever those very serious people are, definitely do not know the governor. I mean, when you hear a statement like that, there's no question at all that he was kidding. Like, I was surprised that people even needed to ask, because there were people who probably just got really excited really quick.
Well, he did paint the picture, and that Saipan is definitely open for investors, and I wouldn't have expected that he would have any other kind of language that seriously Saipan is in need of an injection.
Oh, you should have been there yesterday. It was so, well, first of all, cheap plug, you can watch the full press conference on NMI News Service.
Thanks, Brad.
But number two, but it was so funny. So, like, the way our governor is, first of all, he's got a great sense of humor.
Okay.
And so, but he's also very frank about things in a light heart. So yesterday he was asked about, can you give us a comment about what's happening in Iran and the hostility? He's like, well, first of all, I want to congratulate President Trump on doing what needs to be done. I'm like, whoa. And then the reporter who asked the question was taken aback by it and said, hey, well, are you worried that it's going to have a negative effect on folks here in the CNMI with regards to fuel prices? He's like, well, I think the U.S. has a lot of oil.
Oh, my God.
A lot of oil in Alaska. Drill, baby, drill.
Oh, my God.
They just got, and not to mention Venezuela. It was hard for me not to audibly laugh, listening to the governor say all this stuff. So being around him a lot, again, you can hear it. He's serious about things. Like yesterday when we were talking to him, we asked him about Jason Osborne, who's a lobbyist in Washington who is helping. In fact, when you see the pictures of the governor in the room with Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, the only other person that he had with him from our delegation was Jason Osborne. So we were asking, so what's the relationship with him? Is the CNI paying him? And he's like, no, he's our CIA agent.
Oh my God! So this, and how do you say I'm not running for office more than this? Joking around about it. Brad, I gotta hit that CBS News. I can call you back in a little while. Do you mind?
No, that's fine.
Okay, cool. All right. This is KGUM FM in Dedido, Guam. That's Brad Rosala. We'll be calling him back after the top of the hour with CBS News. We'll be right back.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. The White House is praising the U.S. military operation against Iran.
Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding success.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt defining success.
American forces have struck more than 2,000 targets, destroying hundreds and hundreds of ballistic missiles, launchers, and drones.
But while Secretary Leavitt spoke about taking out targets, questions remain about evacuating Americans in the region.
The administration is already rapidly chartering flights free of charge and booking commercial options, which we expect to become increasingly available,
while saying military aircraft will also be used. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
President Trump will attend the dignified transfer for the 6 U.S. service members killed in an Iranian drone attack in Kuwait last weekend. The Pentagon is working on the scheduling. The war against Iran is widening, although CBS's Matt Gutman in Tel Aviv says the number of missiles launched into Israel has decreased.
What we understand is that right now the pace of those missiles coming in has slowed, and the number of missiles fired at each salvo is lower. And there are a couple of reasons for that. One, a lot of those Iranian missiles have been destroyed by the U.S. and Israel. Two, they've also destroyed a lot of those launchers. I understand that they're down by 50%, should be 70, 80%, I'm told, by the end of the week.
Israel's army says it has begun a new wave of strikes on Tehran. Mixed reaction on Capitol Hill as the Senate prepares to vote on reining in President Trump's war powers amid the war with Iran. Republican Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina.
You don't have to authorize military operations. They can go on as long as the president wants them to go on until you cut off funding.
Democratic Congressman Gil Cisneros of California argues,
I've heard nothing from this administration that justifies engaging in conflict in the Middle East. Nothing.
Ahead of International Women's Day on Sunday, a United Nations report says women globally only have 64% of the legal rights of men. Sarah Hendricks, Director of Policy at UN Women, says women and girls don't enjoy equal protection under the law in any country.
Nearly 3/4 of the world's countries still allow child marriage by law. And in 44% of countries, the law does not mandate equal pay for work of equal value.
Hendricks says even the U.S. needs improvement. Scientists say coastal sea levels may be rising faster than previously thought, meaning more people could be at risk from flooding in the years ahead. CBS's David Schechter.
New research in the journal Nature finds most studies lowballed coastal sea levels by about a foot on average worldwide and up to 3 feet higher than assumed in parts of the global south, including Southeast Asia and the Pacific.
Stocks are up on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Starbucks will open a corporate office in Nashville later this year. CBS's Michael Wallace.
In an internal message obtained by the Wall Street Journal, the coffee chain says it will offer dozens of its Seattle-based employees the option to relocate to Nashville. Starbucks wants to expand its presence in the Southeast, but its headquarters will remain in Seattle. George Washington University business professor Chris Hayes says Starbucks is facing more competition at a time when people want their coffee quickly.
About 70% of every cup of coffee is now done on the go.
He suspects fewer people want to hang out in Starbucks cafes. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
German agrochemical giant Bayer says a U.S. judge has granted preliminary approval for a class settlement proposed by its subsidiary, Monsanto, over claims the Roundup weed killer causes blood cancer. Bayer says it's the first major step in putting the settlement into effect. The German group has maintained that scientific studies and regulatory approvals show the weed killer is safe. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Half a day, everyone. Good morning and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. We are streaming live. You can find us online this morning at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Our studio lines can be reached at 922-1051 or 1052. And the show this morning is proudly brought to you by our friends at Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Our friends at Code 1 Law Enforcement, Guam's one-stop shop for law enforcement gear, tactical tools, uniforms, and equipment. You name it, we've got it at Code 1. Gear up and stay ready, Guam. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots. Patch Tinting and Detailing, call 647-SLAM. GTA, we start with you. 4 minutes after 7 o'clock right now. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets for your Real Deal traffic report. It is being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot, and you could schedule a test drive. Give us a call at 478-AUTO. Check out our inventory on our website at guamautospot.com. And go further on every journey with Mobil's Synergy Supreme Plus Fuel. It leaves your engine 3 times cleaner for better gas mileage. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. All right, folks, let's see what we got picking up. We're looking at PD this morning. We got no delays around PD, nice and smooth around Nimitz Hill, Ashen, as well as Anigua, up and around the Naval Hospital or Maina. It looks like traffic is light this morning. No delays getting around Hagåtña, Sinahanya, or Dot. It is changing up for those of you hopping on to Route 10 in Manila or coming up and around Barrigada. We're looking at Anton, a little delay there coming around Wendy's in Barrigada as well. Mongmong to Mighty. Route 8 traffic is quite light this morning. Up and around the airport, it looks like it's nice and smooth there, as well as Route 1 into Mooning. School buses are making the rounds, so please, Guam, watch your speed limit. Let's keep our eyes on the roads, ensure that you're not texting and driving, and we should all be able to have ourselves a safe Thursday morning. Your Real Deal traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot and Mobile Gas Stations.
The Clear the Lot sales event is happening now at Guam Auto Spot. Drive home a brand new Mitsubishi Outlander starting at just $26,995. Family sized, packed with safety, and priced to move. Looking for sporty and affordable? The 2025 Outlander Sport is now just $23,995. This is Clear the Lot. Limited inventory, no rain checks, and when they're gone, they're gone. Get pre-approved now at GuamAutospot.com or call 671-478-AUTO.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing says Biba mess tomorrow. Give your ride a glow up because even our cars deserve a little Island TLC this mess tomorrow. For all your tinting and service needs, call 647-SLAM. Biba mess tomorrow.
News, views, and everything Guam cares about. Wave 105.
It looks like a situation that's going to die out because we seem to have had to really stay back to back happening in the past couple of months. What do you look at that as far as rainfall goes and longer? We also have seen a lot of flapping, we're seeing the flooding that's happening in Central Coast today, like a flash flooded locally that was a couple of days ago. So all of these things that come together, people are very familiar with. It's just difficult to keep their momentum going. Let's put an archive here. The big news, especially that I saw some of the footage things that took place in the city. Okay, I'm not sticking the rain out of the phone. Oh, okay, well, the ones that can beat the clock at 7:17. The two numbers that are the footage of the event that took place up at Michael Major. This is very impressive. They just said it was a wonderful occasion this past weekend. When these folks want to use the event clicker, I'm seeing it all over social media. That's a great way to be. Yeah, that's really cool. Oh, you talk to me about other Okay. We will look forward to it. Thanks very much. And long as you favor with your notice. Thank you so much. Thank you for 10 minutes, 2 hours. Oh, I'm over. Don't be slow. We appreciate that. I'm going to get over very nice and I love our service. And this is Brandon, by the way, who just run the honors of the interview of the 2 year leaders sometimes. Over at the season, has recently acquired the position that they're acquiring. The judge has been a long time fixture at the National Weather Service. They've made major changes in terms of the National Weather Service, but they're doing so with consistent leadership from people that have been in the system for a long time. But I personally enjoy working with because everybody there has a familiar name. These voices that you hear in these names that you might try to remember are the people who gather actually provide information in hearing the voice of our students and thinking before. But try to, remember that these families that work at the National Weather Service, they do a lot because those like this, who have really bad weather, with leader was just a couple of years ago when Manuel hit. And that devastated for other people connected with recovery trace. The voices and the expertise and the controls of that is very helpful. So that we can get through this and weather this challenge to do it. It's a fun 20 months. I wanted to go back to the other news because I don't really Brad was on our day when we were really over some of the happenings up in and especially as the government opportunities we just since now returned back to a pit and, what he was trying to make about the impact, economic impact. And the military is only okay, well, that's a really neat kind of straight up and saying to me. Well, the voice is amazing and the audio sucks. So how's that? It's incredible. Good on you there. I just want to make sure that number one, there's something you want to really in the decision in the middle talking about the state of politics in the state of Ohio, what I look forward to. And then kind of living the serious aspects of what the governor did before the news conference. We're supposed to be a concept that can be taken out of context. This is not somebody who's seeking re-election, and this time is more limited. And so maybe he can toy around with some of the more mundane topics about, trying to get something out of the doldrums. I mean, the doldrums economically, and there's a lot of different reasons. But he was at this economic conference district responded in a way that a lot of defense was some two big players in this agenda, and we were talking about. There's very few companies here of investing in areas that they come from some sort of manufacturing industry where they can really bypass, foreign actions in order to establish a global manufacturer base in a place that is if there's still the huge interest and hopefully more of an interest. More than we're talking about Germany, we're going to discuss the possibility of an EU community. Taking up some global franchises and manufacture some of these items that are kind of fun. I spend a lot more manufacturing in my country. Well, I just wanted to leave it over there to catch up with you, and again, both these unions are in the midst of a political season, and, I got to witness one of them, and it is certainly significant. I want to say it's not a big storm to be able to keep up with those techniques. Well, it's actually right. Yeah, I was pretty sure myself I thought too. Somebody is going to be in the middle of Christmas tree. I think that's when it was during the period when it was right before Christmas and things in this things that, slow down and we have I really know people who love the weeks that where they already have their plans done. And I've seen upcoming tons of houses and places where they celebrate with the lights will work and we're in the thick of the season, so maybe they were just trying to pick out the top number who ever can produce a 6 foot under 6 foot tree at the beginning was going to win. And obviously the street from the street. And that's what people learn. To your point, 75 years in business is no joking matter when you have whether the ups and downs of the end of weather that they have had. The old, old stories that have passed down from generations of people have created and then founded it. The same power is the one to the people. So you really understand the service that you're providing and the people who are at the front door inviting you to communities. And there is no shortage of that just, inherently in the people of Cyprus. So, I want to tell you, that's what this past weekend. every opportunity I get. To me, there's a place where nobody knows me. I can do anything that I want, whatever I want, and, and I'm out of all day, and nobody cares. And everybody's grateful and happy that you're doing your job. So, it's really a getaway spot. And it's kind of, it's better than driving around the island and going to this fine over the 5 miles from Canada. And it's super nice. No, I guess it's subjective, right? Because everybody's got their favorite. But yeah, absolutely. I'm down to the embryonic here. As soon as you get to this time, you're the first person out of the park. And it's going to be morning announcements for birth. Welcome to about Thanksgiving reporting with this week at morning. Switching off these two to finish and I think what it is experience that I have, but I definitely appreciate that I've been inside that for a long time. And 10 years business and other areas of his career and being deeply touching up with the neighbors. It's now 24. It's starting to make that date up to the big thing. So the afternoon break. The defense secretary said he said the U.S. military campaign in Iran is accelerating. The State Department was with Americans in the region for years. Aerospace systems are making that difficult for many Americans trying to get out. The Phoenix is set to begin voting on a war powers resolution aiming to stop the military campaign against Iran. Democratic Senator Christine of Delaware. The United Nations report means women globally only have 65% of the legal right to vote. So Congress starts in a policy of doing the Supreme Court equal protection under the law is absolutely unacceptable. See the news spring on the Journal of Tuesday. We're looking around the sun and don't have any dropping as long as you're on the line track. We're actually in the line out home. Never was getting up. The ways up and around the south field. So somebody in the life and speed. Over the sun, there's nothing to do with it. That's sort of around that time. You walk out a little bit on the front of the top team and one goes for us. Or looking around it, we're looking at the lake and the over field. The universe of the ground is where it's beautiful. The manure on the over back is like that. Same thing on over on America. You know, the manure I think for 8 months ago. That's what it's all about. After around a month around it, and you feel it's going right 16 because they can see that. You might continue to keep our eyes on the road. And if you make sure that you guys are catching and driving, we'll see on the road that you have 72 or people are known to over judgment and taking strikes in front of it. Look at all the breaking things. If you can try to get them fucking around 15, you got some pain things going on as well. Notice that bike with foot traffic and they spend the traffic on the parking way. But when you slow down and go around with the people, it's a flying, it's a merge goes. And then the whole side of all people doing it, and that's how it's great. And you can argue with the community. You can hear that traffic report on the way through the 5 o'clock drive to you by a group of grand the morning, we've got some things that we're going to be talking about. I'm hoping to help people to go on EP93 to kind of talk about the children's story that is going to affect things like the paper, and of course, the news release that came out of the joint region now is turning over everything to the EPA about the planning for water, and this is all going to make unfortunately somewhere down the line now there is a huge that is out there with more than 300 almost 400 permits in the process of that. To see the ground very necessary over the building situation in Houston. Let me just launch into a quick breaking news so that just for the Republican House Oversight Committee has voted now to subpoena U.S. Attorney Karen Bondi over the Justice Department handling of the Epstein files. We are blowing up the Middle East, and we are dealing with stuff that's popping off in elections that have basically started the midterms. Some people say it's the best thing that can happen in Texas. Nonetheless, all of these things that are happening in one last year that is sneaking around just the military policy. That's whatever deflection or whatever direction that the country goes and everything else that's happening domestically and around the globe, it functions back to action. So the only effort to deflect things, it just never stops. It doesn't make any difference what is happening, it just never stops. They took a vote in the Oversight and Government Reform Committee to file an attorney general Paul Biden the Wednesday, saying in the class between House Republicans and the White House over convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. We are just passing them. Did you even watch the movie? You did, right? The Barbie movie? Yeah, one of those students who started having a really hard time answering all the questions. I thought that you had seen it. Once you speak of it, it was very interesting. It was like one of those, it was like one of those where you just couldn't get a handle on the land. Because, the gamut of emotions of the film, what was being going on with it was your person. And then applause for those, talking about Democrats and Republicans, the committee. The way that they were handling it and seeing how unexplained and how disrespectful she was to this committee made it really difficult to watch it. So you see them throwing all of this filibuster, team out there trying to undo the line of questioning, and one of the frustrated lawmakers that were basically trying to ask her, I've never been a Russian in this context, and it was just I don't like that because there's never a solid yes or there's never a solid no. Yeah. Did you kill the girl? Yes or no? I mean, you did or you didn't. There's no one to kill. I get those times when I'm just saying when if you're on a war on a subject and it's a complex issue, you can't answer this. No, I get that. I absolutely get that. Because you do at least somewhere in the filibuster, give us a little hope that the hope that not be answered. And then celebrating when it's like, when they stop everything, like, you can feel about whatever you want. And you can go and talk about how you want. But you have to remember that you're sitting in a community and you have rules of engagement and you are defining every single one of them with great disrespect to Americans, to the institutions. Overall, it's like, you mean it's Joe Biden that we're in things like that. And I get it. Biden was not perfect, and then you think that it's very disappointing that he's been in this administration. I get it. But you're in that, and you're vast now. And it's hard to start taking away very many people who are out of the office for a year and a half. So some of this has been self-inflicted. A lot of these this situation that's taking place now in America, but it's not administration. And now people are starting to know where they are. Yeah, I want to say that we're not trying to be able to wake you up. But now this has been a very traumatic Nashville, Tennessee, you're feeling it in the pocketbook. And as long as you're running over past the groceries, and now we're running over the cost of the gas prices, that they're going to start traveling, they're going to start having to travel on a airplane, and to travel around our island. That's not going to take away from the central part of what everybody's thinking about in that book. And so this vote will compel her to appeal for a closed-door deposition on how the Justice Department handled the investigation into Epstein and his associates. And this is in compliance with they actually made policies called the Epstein Transparency. People believe in this country that when something is out there and it's so widely known off and on paper, that they have to create an entire bill that would guarantee that all of the crimes that were committed by Epstein had been cataloged and all of the data and documents supposed so given to his original conviction and then putting him under investigation for the second time has to be adopted in order for people to do the right thing. They don't really know. They don't know Epstein Transparency. And they find a certain amount of time to the inside of the documents. And they've been doing so piecemeal, one, and there's a lot of things that people want to see, they don't have to, and always letting them see it. Representative Nancy Lane introduced a motion to consider the subpoena, and then the voice for the Democratic Committee voted in favor of subpoenaing the Attorney General Lauren Boebert, Michael Powell, Scott Perry, and Ken Bishop from representatives from Colorado, Texas, Pennsylvania, and Tennessee. And we will have to look at some folks that have one of those obviously over the next week, Wednesday. I think this is going to happen. And it's very close. We want to see the dynamics of that taking place. While we will, the person is managing because of all the things that we've seen and that we've known and the witnesses and the deposition of the people and how that's been tough to follow. Watching Hillary Clinton, who was taking absolutely no BS during that time, and then going out laughing in front of the mirror. I was watching snippets of that, because they released the transcription and released the video of them attempting a testimony that Hillary Clinton provided, and her opening statement and the opening statement to the public. You remember, she was a celebrity, she was the president, both of them are lawyers. Both of them are politicians and they're lawyers, and they know exactly where they're going as long as custody is gone. They understand the innuendo, they understand the verbiage, they understand all of what they're trying to get them to testify for and against their admit to. So when you get testimony of her, your line of questioning had better be pretty good. Because we're going to find all of the holes that need to be found in the line of questioning. And they don't have the use of them. Is that good for a Hillary? Absolutely, it's not her purpose. She also said, zero connection to this stuff. Zero. Nothing. You don't have pictures of it. You don't want to be around that with that. Now they're not going to have anybody see that. We don't see it perhaps in that for you to get into testimony. Now, the question is to become a Donald Trump himself. The testimony should be coming from not Mr. Rice, who, as a part of the bill, after the, him having been justified in producing absolutely nothing from it. And so, watching that is also an exercise in, keeping perhaps the Mike Foster idea of the narrative. The president needs to have a potential weakness to hold interpreting and trying to read through some of this and open up. Hillary did this one standing up with me, and the secretary was there on the scene asking follow-up questions to the question. Like follow-up and bringing more from the people. What is it that they're trying to understand? And it was taken from us, and maybe it's four things that we know that they would be sure to throw away. If we get to the bottom of it, because this is the Congress doesn't like. They don't want to be screwed over and over again. That's for sure. If you're going to sit you dictate what they think we should be doing in these events. You're making sales events in front of the American people. You're also doing not good when they get into a qualified deposition of the it's a Supreme Court, and this is not like people. They're not going to oversight certain, but they're going to get to the court. And preserve for everyone that has situated all over them last year. It happened. I've seen what is here to supplies and updates and learn. I think I hear you want to look at it to do right now. I'm going to do that. As the war against the world widens, the State Department finds that Americans in a region to lose the information transportation. I'd like to further stress your cancer. CBS is not that more than television estimates one American is flying out of the Middle East. The chamber voted bill was full effort in June as the bill funds free locations and control the nuclear program. Further, says it's filing terrorism charges against 6 suspects in crimes while brought a Florida full speedboat and bird and firefight with Cuban soldiers. CBS reported reporting reports. 4 of the incidents about speedboat were killed, including an American citizen. People still claim that 9 days after to be a U.S. citizen, the Cuban government says it's been armed weapons. Nearly 13,000 rounds of ammunition from the boat. The Department of Justice for the possible sentences of up to 30 years in prison or even the death penalty until the Hawkins execution in 2003. One of the court prosecutors has released a report finding that more than 300 children were sexually abused by plastic surgery over decades. Now can see the incident with the ease. Attorney General Peter Rowland of church leaders corrected and one of the records of the abuse after one repeat review and limits of the years-long investigation. The matters were told that the consultants maintained a secret working for full details about more victims. Nearly 26% of the surgeons identified in the report other folks' children, and just 14 were convicted. And they said that the number of victims looking back is certainly lower. Allison Hughes said the economic stock proposed up in the Wall Street today with about 278 points. This is CBS News. It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. Video hours from the Lawsuit Industry, streaming on Paramount Plus. I'm author, founder and owner of Economic Function, family of brands dedicated to Airfare.com and a private investment technology company that's grown into an international brand. Before American.com, one person launched a new technology platform developed by another friend. American Eagle took their technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor air equipment, and did so both guaranteed and non-budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and team that needed to create solutions. Our new technology platform developed by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher profit, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at AmericanEagle.com. If you need low-cost prices or technology projects, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com. For AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network, it's AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network. Chief Sergeant Mr. Shannon, a study published in the Journal of Frontiers in Psychology explores chimpanzees' transformation of study agents. Also, treat those in sport, and another. After the race, when they were taken away, they teach them the sport plan to treat the learn to grow big drinkers of bananas and yogurt to let them down. The findings are extremely surprising. Archaeologists have discovered cancers of sports and fishes and some inhabited by our prehistoric predecessors being back hundreds of thousands of years, which could explain why many humans don't have the fishes and fruit to remain supernatural properties. Shooting archery. Interesting to make discovery of Germany killed a man shooting disease and another person to consider a man's casualty near Miami's airport before it killed himself. The man's father was suing business for violent defense and satisfiability. Business was forward to again in the lawsuit. John for 2014 U.S. News. información. Comenzó Dominicana y conoce ahora. Esto señor Joe Cristaldo. Listening earlier, hope earlier topic this morning, sort of like contacting people who are actually like communicating with me on certain things. One bit of communication that I haven't had yet, maybe I'll reach out to somebody. And was what was happening over at GBB. Discussing, or they were discussing, the bill that was introduced that would call for the board of control over the travel of GBB and staffers and its president. On one hand, the British president was the chairman of the board of the GBB of Board. And if you want to give us that plan, if it was you who wanted to do this, but let's do this for everything. If you want this board approval for just travel, then we have to get back into a place where we are controlling pretty much everything. So we had a problem with the board team going and talking about it, and not talking about it, but reviewing these applications. And then the other hand was English Lee, who was asked so horribly, what games would you think this is like managing? And she absolutely thinks it is. Not going to imagine the problem. It doesn't look like the fight is between the board of the president. How she needs to be working well and on the same page. But who's been in this position for less than a year? And she, according to the board hearing procedure, they were giving her 6 months. So she was trying to things around and come up with a plan that is going to be helpful to turn things around. And at the 6-month mark, we're moving for something and after we're telling us to do. So obviously the plan is doing is doing. And if it was completion, commission look like they really do. If it was completion or there was a misunderstanding or they are on the same page, really see what it's doing. But so far they've been standing by. I don't think that the last changes things. Anything about the legislature, they are all in the United States and what they're doing. Definitely harm those ideas and these proposals to be resurrected. And so he's pushing that agenda. And some of it is signals that they want to show and transparency over something of voting. And where's the candidate travel in voting? When you do a differential voting, especially with the government. You need to, especially with the Department of Education, you need to. If you don't do that, you have to happen. And in order for us to do this, when staff and labor, the newest board table, what can help is how we find them. Then signing on to sometimes it requires a face-to-face marketing. And to know what is the kind of marketing that doesn't just be as opposed to B2B, but for pretty much everything. And the face-to-face means is absolutely crucial. And this is not the first time we're doing this together. Every administration has had issues with travel. Every administration has had to change the map to defend itself over the amount of travel or the cost of travel. And all things that we're expensive, not even just around the world, and it's going to get us around the world, you're going to see that the prices of that travel will go up and will continue to go up, especially now that we're dealing with, the cost of travel having a bit of a challenge from just going to airports in the Middle East. So, we've done so much to provide written into our learning. There is no change that's written here, but it's written into our laws that if one way the head of the state splits, the second is one executive. That's what's written in the law. That was even before Glenn. That was during the Texan government during anyway. That when he left, the island was going to be somebody that was going to take over. And you had to leave the island to go make our conversations with the states. In order to get the states we needed to go, we had to do that face to face. And as those states knew, that had been written in the books. It's just the government on there, who got this notice, who got that notice, who can sit at the table when they're talking about Indo-Pacific command, if you've got to go to another command base in Hawaii, if you've got to send them over there, if you've got to sit face to face. And have them answer the questions or ask them questions from the table. So this is when this is going to be okay. We've had gubernatorial years when the media has gone so far, even the legislature has gone so far as to limit the travel of only members of the government and to justify First Amendment spending. In addition to, probably that was made by the government. And that, this is a donor service. The problem with this has been that some of these trips have been taken in their life. You know, did you know anything? There's no vacation in process, and, nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see it. Every time we see it before because it was a time in Grand City, maybe 49. That government officials would do our island, and that's where the word junket came from as we observed it in our own backyard. And so a government travel is turned into a bunch of people saying they're going to some conference that made no sense to anybody about why they were going. They were going and they would look at it. And they were doing anything the community in Mexico. When we travel our island and somebody else is dying and the commission is doing work and they're on the couch and they're getting up and doing the blah, 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 blah. You are going to go with your team and the people that you're traveling with and check out the sites. There will be dinners at the end of the day. There will be survey. There will be drinking. There will be fun. There will be rich and there will be fun. Nobody wants to see it. Nobody wants to know that so-and-so is locking it up at the club during the conference room because, we don't want to pay for anything. We don't feel like paying for your fine. Anybody jealousy? Nobody thinks of it. You can take it in. What's my name? John Margot? Not amazing. The conference is hot. So, when we see that, the public perception that a blanket is fueled by a movement that has been introduced like this by Justin Devine, who's really promising these information. It's not very effective. Anyone in Harvard, so clearly, the two of them go hand in hand. And so he's definitely paying his attention and explaining into the weeds that whether or not the travel should be broader. That the president of the GDP be approved of her own travel to different places around the country or around this region in pursuit of peace. can, both out states in are thinking we're jumping into a jungle, or that we really don't know what we're getting out of this battle. If it took us, 50 grand from a team of people to go over to a conference in Las Vegas, what do you bring back then from that? And then you question the decision of the president. Like, not what they're talking about in this conference in Las Vegas, which is like Nevada, to Florida, St. Louis, or San Francisco, whatever it is. Then Vegas. Vegas is a great place to be out with your brothers. That's for sure. I'm a government person. So, when you're part of that, it's the reason that everybody wants to tell you they're doing, they're probably, hanging out on, the cabana one on the top, all the things. All the things that come with great fun. And so, to exclude it, you also think that they're just, everything about it, it's not in Vegas. Because, don't let happen. It's really different everything that they have to do. So you use that as use that as one of the examples of what are we getting back with our family for a birthday. And for me, on the family a couple days ago, I said, so what do you think about my children's meeting? And she said that the goal of it was establishing one destination for the big leaders. For that unique Savior who's looking for seclusion, they're looking for something different. Because they're not with him. It's like, I mean, it could work well. Mr. Jonathan McDonald just scratched that group of people wanting to work out. And that's a week of investigation for me, somebody living in Canada, so I'm not impressed. I think the problem is that show, anyway, I did too, in the second one, I never cared. But if you follow these, all of the road caverns and beaches and all of the stuff in some of these fun places, then you can still realize that it's going to be a jet, or they have to go out and have a great experience, and wow, to be able to go to the moon. It's a joy. It's a joy. It's that audience that nobody's looking for that destination, that nobody goes to it like that, right? I mean, so if we can, under $200,000 a class, get a private plane to stay for 3 or 4 days in one of our lovely hotels on the beach in Canada, and then that's what it is that the return of $100,000, $200,000, $400,000 in one year of the rich upon rich, running their planes in the comments, and then running out to the beach and, trying to show the village. I mean, is that worth? Is that worth the $50 grand or $20,000 end up running this investment and then to this conference? Contractors, when you sit there and you're in a position to share, or you're in a position to make it, and you run across somebody who's listening to you, they're curious about what's inside the place, and if you get examining it, I mean, and there's a lot of based on what you 50 years ago. You can only tell me that you're not working around the music and what you're expanding for how global to the market. Yes, we have the business. Yes, we have the video games. Yes, we have the complex. And we have the nice fair trade where they can look at us or the environment. Yeah, we got it. But you got to do something to be different and be there beyond it. So when somebody's on the other side, they look at it and they're like, no, is that too much? There's no price that you can necessarily put on it. And one agrees with it when they go and they try to set their agenda to the administration by going to Washington and traveling over to a state where they have like a reciprocal sort of idea, exchange of ideas. There's like that you can put on the ground and start to action. And they're going to listen and they're going to be impressed with it and want to know more. or they're going to write and sign on and say, yeah, you get a big thing for this last time. Or they're just going to be, or whatever, and walk away to the next page. And they only lost that after you did it. So, it's more important actually, it's important in your program. It's so important for the president to decide, or is it more important that the board decides? And then it starts really turning to be a different thing. It's not necessarily about transparency as much as it is now control. The board is about who actually runs the division. Will it be the board asking for more authority to make these decisions of how much it gets split? Or is it the president who's been hired to go and do all of the legwork and create the paradigms and all of these scenarios and then figure out who's going to bring to produce the results of this and how much it's going to cost? So it starts to appear like a product for operation. And everybody who's sitting at that board table, I'm sure it's been somebody who's been appointed to the board, is like running a boardroom inside of a public corporation. And all these guys know what that looks like because that's what they're going from. That's true. That's where these guys came from. So the board may set the policy. The president turns or runs the organization. Right? That's what that means. And the traffic authority just sits right there in the middle of all of it in that line. So is this president authority, is this the topic that's going to throw the eggs over to someone who is least concerned, or does it not include somebody who is currently not concerned? If the president controls the power, then they have operational independence. They can do whatever they want. And they don't have to account for anything. They just have to do it because when it comes time for the board to go, hey, what did you do? All of these steps that you take, and all the time that you spent, you answer asking what did this person, what did that, who did that for this, and it's like results. If the board controls the power, then they have a direct impact on the economic and operational decisions. And so the board really is about a power balancing between governance and management. It's how they balance smack into the middle, and everything they prize wins the game. Right? So here's the problem with what we're playing at the beginning, because now it's a dangerous game. The potential for that to be a dangerous game, in that every time you need to travel, you're going to need to go through the board and ask if you can get permission for somebody to do that. So this is not unlike boards from records and unicorns and managers and they set up the pattern for presidency. There was really long history of tension between boards and presidents, sometimes can be big. Sometimes you have private boards think that the manager or the president or the general manager is operating independently, forgetting that we are also sharing and we different things outside of God. So sometimes boards, a president's chair of the board, are intervening or interfering with the operation. That's not anything that is new to the structure. That really isn't new in the corporate world. And I don't know if the travel is often doing this stuff, and I don't think it has, just because it kind of sort of is a, now this is a bad reference and it's going to be best stuff before, because in the teams that you consider with the board, it has to be the performance of the board and resume at this moment, because they're turning over. They're losing a prize again. And Jerry Hicks, whose job has been taken over by PGA and all that, he appeared yesterday to discuss that bill. And his testimony before him was about the testimony that I think that we may have heard before in the past, and the testimony that I think I'm going to continue to hear about this, is when the board has to take control over what looks like average daily operations it's not this another round. The first, most people are saying what president will do. They should tell businesses we're going to get this stuff out back because it's clever. We're not going to promise to continue. They are not going to do the same service to do it. But they can just do it. What they're worrying about is they didn't fall on public independence. They want, they feel you know, taking defense, this is the door, and those are the people who have the and this is, the board is supposed to do it once a week. If you are proving for Canada, and the board says, look at consideration of sex, then a huge priority to Africans. Then, if this is going to have to be investigated very closely and stop and pay attention, and we don't have a lot to show and to choose from. The inventory isn't that great. They've only done it the one airline that takes us to what you know, Japan and South Africa, West and the East Coast. And we're going to lose it. We only have the other airlines that you can have the line, and that will take you to another destination that actually has home that will take you to where you have to go, or to the West Coast. So there's a couple of means in which you can get to where you need to go, but there are a whole lot of areas to choose from. And because travel is such a big space in the body, you have to put other rules in that you need certain parts and go with the cheapest seat. And even that's expensive. And if you have a board that doesn't always or can't always respond every single minute, sometimes these meetings happen before they put it in quorum, and so they're going to have a board meeting for months. And then they might have visibility issues and all of those things. Not as big as it is. Let's have the board, and function and run, they want the foreign bank that gives them enough license to be able to make these decisions and then, make crucial decisions. And so I think that the close is just first of all changing. It's amazing. So we work on that and what we do. And then the other side was we can't manage our travel and do so in a timely way if we keep living on the wheel that God puts you forward. Right? Can't be making wrong. You can't have to make these decisions. And when I go, you have to have the entire board to vote on whether you want them to come out or not. There's always a elongated the time that the board will meet because people will trust trying to come in and have a final and full priority on the agenda. I'm not going to say that the board will fail because people still want to make a decision. I'm just saying that we've added more to the place. The board is filtered, and the filtering and filtering, give it to us, we can have it with filter. We've got an accurate learner, and let's get back to business. And then the other thing about I'm not speaking for the game, but I'm not only when you are to be a person that's being recognized, you have to come up in the plan of thought. And so, again, I don't know, Susan Taiwan got out to look at with the government face to face to the one, which she had to go to the board yesterday. I was writing in the beginning of the day, this is really with me. I think many of these programs where you can do actually studies, travel, significant costs to them to spread sports tourism, for example. When you have these things that are competing, and they've got like festivals and cultural and significant events that happen in the community, they will budget for the payroll and the accommodations and the staff and the money they needed to go to some of these specific festivals. And it's absolutely crucial that if somewhere there or somewhere on the Pacific Northwest is having a huge festival that is going to Cologne, and GDP doesn't have a presence in it, either through signage and placement, or actually sending people from there, then you're taking a big section out of the credibility of some of the festivals. I feel like it is a big when the government appoints you an event like happened in their field, you want to be there and be part of it because you have now taken up the top experience. And it could be tomorrow, it could be after. If I go to the customers like, well, I thought that's in the proper breakthrough, things are kind of kind of over there. What you have to do is go over the ground and into the website. So you like the way that you know about some other situation and you want to be doing from the top of business to this is the system that happened in the world, it's just customers and everything. The public work is really one of them. Or you really want to do that tomorrow because you have a build plan and you want to really see, how your own structure will run and you're really going to hit forward and proximity to the current and change that mission and know. Pretty good. But it's precisely what they do in a hospital away from you. But if you can't think that you the still has a long running of it anymore. It has to do. But really, the past enough funds to be able to partner with United Airlines and airline discount. Do you know how hard it is to get an airline to pass up a discount? I mean, the retirement discount. So they're able to do this because they knew that they were going to have people that would want to come to them. They didn't have to do it. They were riding trading streams in front of them. Trading streams. Yes, they had any time for the families to sit down and talk about it. And this is how I'm going to understand it. This is how much money you're going to need. If you want to know, you're giving the country like 70%. Is it 35%? I was interested in my family, but that's that was. It was like California, homeless people from the main country, and boy, did that to me. Okay, go from the owners and people with discount and from the let's go. And it's not totally out of the neighborhood. It's been here for years. You interviewed about it, and one teaching you about it. Never did it. One time, we were trying to work here today and meet you in the store. If they wanted to learn some words, so he brought him, they out in the ground. He was 70-something, 80-something years old, he sat right in front of me, and Ryan was on that. Over having beer and around and had and drinking and so on. So it was a remarkable look for every member of people who want to come home. Clearly there were. Clearly there were marketing members there because they were from the home. So, whatever the strategy is going to be, what should we do, however we're going to do it, if you don't have to spend a lot more money and spend a lot more time, because tourism right now is the focal point of not only hotels and the workers that are having hard time making ends meet because they don't have the shift, because they don't have the wind. And hotels that work, that they seem to be doing nothing. And, the availability of rooms and the building is over the hotel is one of the laying places on the bills, and then they call it up the market and say they're going to give you that rate. Because they know where to do it. That's not the market that you want. And if you move many times a year to be take a vacation, you want to be value of upkeeping it. So, we're willing to keep this vacation as we can afford to go out there and do it. So, let's continue out there. This is the promotion place other than Chicago. Let's have a cool lady and act like let's go see what they do. And I don't want to pay for it because I'm too much for the patient. I don't want to pay for it. We're up line system. It's so brand new. Whatever. So there's some places that are only looking at staycations around or not letting people go into the staycations they have to pay for that. They were making a little bit of money during the time that they had to pay about the company. But they didn't have to pay it. More important than do it was here, and they were starting to open up and say, I don't know all the earlier was making about it. I think they really dropped some things in a larger scope denominator that they actually produced. Drop a little bit, people who were there, 500, 1,000 for a new calendar, the whole way of that they come to sit down and want to bring you food or whatever. How could you say that? Because they're bringing food and those anyway, the industry, you know, is performed, and when the industry changes, it's not just a thing that you can see. It's like on the side, it's a big, big, big thing for it. You don't feel like you can burst, you're not in that bubble, you're not doing that either. But there are people around you who are, you know, neighborhood and down the street from you, and somebody who works in the industry. If it's not in the kitchen, if it's in the housekeeping, they're actually running the front desk, and they don't know locals. They don't know locals who rely on that industry. So everybody wants to do something to help them out. And explaining in order to start that up by making me go through layers of authority in order to produce a decision, they will be sure that if they're being sent to do their job. If they're willing to accept it, they will if they have to. If they don't have to, they don't want to. But if this is a bill that is going to create transparency and ask for reclaiming their investment, if they're going to spend this much money to go someplace freely, that's something someone like me know that they want. And that's pretty much what they're asking for. There's just really not going to be clear lines that there's deals in the politics. So we are in free freezing. So we're going to get bills from done. There's got a number of places that are illegal. There were some people from some very famous series on the packaging. And so they're kind of made to deal with the concerns of maybe constituents, members of the legislature who have a problem with this bill. And if they have it without any major changes, the board of directors is going to have to get on the foot traveling across could appear very, very frequently, and maybe only addressing monthly board agendas. And then, of course, along with that, the decisions are made public. You're going to be able to see them in recorded meetings and the minutes from them after hearing what crowd was attending them. And so people will look at it with more transparent. I think a little bit better that's going to come with it. But it also can slow down, it slow down the operation if you have, like, an emergency function. I know something very important that just sort of appear without any real notice of ramp up to a happen. If it's sort of a bit, you can negotiate pretty quickly. And proceed with that. And you know, right now, that you see that everything that everything places can change rather quickly. Case in point, yesterday we were thinking about the family members trying to talk about the young man because that's how they were. They were going around every night in the passenger. And they came up to the airport, and they see that that was too bad. And they go, I don't think I'm going to make it. And I said, hey, go look at the country, look at so there was a lot of rush because this was an hour and a half before the flight was about to go. But they decided to take it later. They decided to travel. We had to go. They looked at the list. It looked like he was in America, and he was like, what's wrong with that? You got a ball ticket at the airport flight in an hour and a half. You could get it into 3 hours. And get the last one up that maybe he had no issue. But the waiting wouldn't necessarily be a problem, but in the interest of time, the interest was in the end of the paper. Water period has a 500 dollar flight. This is one run. $500. And when because I was looking at these flights and things in the back, and then I wonder, the things in the city of Florida, can you break out the car and look for the things? It's $75. And then almost as soon as I checked the bank, it's up to $250. And you know, you're trying something. We can only put yourself in the right way. I mean, I can only stop on the right way. I'm not going to let it have another airline to pick up a flight that's going to take me. I'm going to stick with you on, and we're doing it in front of what kind of device that you can get for it. This was really nice from one airline. But you know how sometimes they don't tell you, hey, they want you to trust and somebody else will check you if you go over. Now, something here is funny too. They say that the Democrat meeting, who were really that they had last year or the year before, where he told the group, when Jim Gilbert got up and said, what do you think? What do you think the film going to be Ryan Fletcher? And affordable for 3.4 job as a consumer of both in some cases and both environments. You know, we're in the deficit category on the NFL. It's just for the state of not ready for school. And he said that they have put down more art and a place where you can go and see what the price looks like. You go through the price right at this moment. But you have to know what to do. You don't have to be like always into food or looking for it. If you're really back and forth on that, then you're probably frequently going to turn your foot by the time you get to some platform. You know you have to go back and forth. So you can at the same time. Because the longer period in between travel, your foot, the sales are likely to drop more if you are trying to get way up in the business. Sometimes when you start fail, and people take holidays like diet management, so when you're doing the whole thing, like a 7 third, they take you guys, and we're going to 7 third, and we're 250 feet. And she's literally, 4 minutes, 4 minutes to finish this transaction. And then at 4 minutes, I can still just think about it because you have to buy the ticket before the flight, and you have to buy it. I'm not going to say this, but within an hour, that's a story. Go ahead, 33 seconds to get that third time and get that right. Get that right so that we can be finished and then the first one up. I mean, don't say right. This is not right. You can only imagine with these airflow, with the air conditioning and the top, with the raising gas prices, that's what it's going to cost for the material, and it's going to take the bone because of it's a thing about the price of lumber, and they're already looking at this, the global impact of this issue of blowing up the chemicals in the state of the news, and your lifeline is trying to serve it. And we're only without you truck ready for gas stations. Do you need to take the break or did I get to it? I did, right? I took it? Okay. Just making sure. Anyway, so one of those things happened when we came the board was amended. It could get it, they could easily just motion all of the items that were made during the testimony. They could get amended, which could be a likely outcome, like the people that disagree, maybe they'll amend it, and then if so, maybe if the women of the young, that's the problem, that they may just want to board approval for trips that are offered in certain states. Like we put a count of how much in what you can spend. Or you could, they could make decisions if it involves multiple states that has to go, the number of people that are taking. Or like the international travel. Like maybe only a place, like around here, it feels like everything is in the office. We also need to consider the domestic to fly directly into the United States as we do here in Hawaii. Like it's going to be very much flying to Asia and any place. We don't know very little ways to take a look at what we're going to look at with cars if we're getting more people and then traveling to the place that are eventually. And then the president, one of the negotiators, was that the president would actually remove his approval for routine operational travel. Routine travel could be the place that it's supposed to allow you to go around the time it's maybe to the college and to maybe go to town or to the open market. If I think it's the same ending for real. But if you have to keep going over again, it's really pretty routine. Maybe that it's not what you can do. Or maybe if it's a lower cost trip that they're going to take. That the insurance is just not your right and it follows your in that maximum part. Maybe the lower cost trip stripping. So we do a board approval, or if it's an urban opportunity, these things they say things like the original teacher, they just found out about maybe you should go. Because she had control over just the state pieces of it. The board will still have complete oversight. And then management gets to keep that flexibility and they don't have to make a mess. Or if it doesn't. One of the things is that Earth starts from the water from the light. It's not just people that loses the light dies down. And then you're going to look at other legislators as well as the problem the problem about, what their issues about board form, with that kind of emphasis, and then you think that it's really excellent. Or there's, a number of reasons why a bomber died. There's a few other, possible cases where the negotiation second option, I think that's a good one to treat, which was dealing with what? A board could be authority to do what they want, give a reasonable amount of operational flexibility, which is going to be approved in trouble within a certain cap, if you will. And then really take a look at who you're going to be on for this. Understand, number one, responsible if that's going to be, doing over the million and, work with understood personally and understood to the religion where these ships that they go in. So any of those things can come back in, and I'm just hoping that this will be satisfactorily addressed in a way that there's not going to be any bad blood, because it would be, like I said, it's still the state at the moment. If we're going to be able to think that it looks like it's time for anything, it's ripened with the complete managerial structure in place, to set a board that's been willing to work with the management. Maybe they'll have their little idiosyncrasies things about, office politics or politics or all. But for the most part, is it clear one of GDB is in a bad place right now instead of tumultuous and, clear that if we're going to increase tourism and we're really going to go to the kill, we don't need to go back to the office. Because they're on a mission to do something and they're fighting for the money. What they don't need is somebody who's going to take the weight. They don't need somebody who's not going to carry the weight, they're not going to participate, they're not going to support you, they're just going to be slipping. Just about what you're doing and what you're carrying and what you're trying to do. What you don't need is a deeply political and management that has been suffered by GDB at the most empty time. Well, people are thinking about freedom and understanding, and they might be just sustained and empty. And what I'm going to do is there's no sort of the people that are going over and do this to do this or you can do this and these things that I look out to you. And all together, we thought we were going to be in and we're not going to be in and we can't have people on the side trying to took it to nothing. Or why don't you guys clean up the beach chairs or why don't you pick up the trash or why don't you leave the bed and clean the windows? This is really good to mind us and everyone. This would be spending this money to go out and find these Americans. Then nothing. It's been up for, scrutiny, so if we're in a place where we've found a bit of a niche that we can grow in, and there probably has to be a need to work that happen, it's true that this is a risk of possible. But there's really nothing worse than coming into a place where you look at the life board and of the trouble. It's my life board. You find some work with my life because you don't want to do it, or they don't want to do it, but if you want to do it, it's going to stop them. They put a number of characters in this position and they have an opportunity to make it a success. And then we got a time when we thought we were really successful. We were not, right? And then the pandemic struck. And now that we're like 5-6 years behind on what we were originally thinking we would do when we put on the business plan, the master plan of what the next decade is, and we thought, we want a deficit. And so, we're going to participate in the plan and we have to get a little time in changing. I like I said, everyone has got an idea of how they can do it. So if the idea doesn't because they accept it, or they don't feel that it's a good idea, and then they backstep it, then your job isn't to continue to whine about it because you didn't get your way. Your job is to figure out, then, okay, the way to do it didn't work. Yeah, get rid of your bucket feelings and let's think up and figure out where we can do it. Part of leadership. Which brings me to Texas. You know, Rico won yesterday. He won the Parliament, the Democratic Party, of the state of Texas in the Senate race. And Representative Jasmine Crockett did not. She fought for the DA because there was an issue with voters saying that the polls before they changed to the line was so low that they weren't going to take them. And she was trying to push the court to open it up and allow it so that everybody in the movie would go and do the vote. Because the 7 o'clock Congress time, they were thinking about Congress and London. She said that the people in that Dallas district should go out to the vote because they were in the House of Commons. She knew that if you could take a few judges who actually said, well, let's go ahead and let them do it. The controversy yesterday, as I was watching it unfold, was they took there was a repeal. They wanted to settle that at 7 o'clock, and whoever was behind that rope was not anybody to do it. And my judge says, well, you've got to speak. You've got to let these people, if they're scared up and they're interviewing before 7 o'clock, they have the right to do it. So let them do it. And one more time, a Supreme Court justice for the state. And the reality of this justice will have the benefit of the other members of the bench who sit and actually look at an emergency ruling one way to be able to do it. And that was to pass was to hold that Democrat leader. That they were not going to allow those people to do it. And so that kind of became a blow for them because they couldn't have seen the base to be able to do it in the entire way. And then there was a stalemate on the other side, on the Republican side. And so now they don't want to do it right because they just go one way or the other. So the Democrat race for the Senate seat is the drives. The Democrats already have the election. And what did Jasmine Crockett do? Well, she actually chose the political machinery down to the party politics. She left, her son she left, but she said, I am willing to work for her own extended leadership. Like, just last week or the week before, she was on top of the world. And in the interview with the news, she told Rico, I want to say it. So it was a Christian black Bible statement on the right side and the left side on the right. They screaming everybody who's not Islamic and who's representing the national Christianity. I don't think they are. I guess it's mostly just what I'm doing. What is that? I'm seeing my phone. And Daddy, don't worry. U.S. is making tremendous progress against Iran. Trump says Iran was a nation that was out of control and would have attacked the U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says more and more spoilers are arriving in the Middle East as the U.S. and Israel intensify the war against Iran. CBS is on the line. The Pentagon is making one day Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth for the U.S. and Israeli forces to still have complete control of Iranian airspace. It means we will pay all day, all night, all night, finding, fixing, and finishing the missiles and defense industrial base of the Iranian military. Finding and fixing the weapons and the military. Senator Gordon Tim Ryan has been a key general since I listened to one American convention point of creating for our next oversight committee hearing on the corporate policy fraud scandal in that state. Oversight committee chairman Republican James Conner and Governor Rose have done fact as President Bruce Allen Jr. for safety services. He gave this fact credit because he doesn't really have to do. And the fact oversight committee has ordered to subpoena Attorney General Ian Gardner to testify as part of its ongoing Jeffrey Epstein investigation. CBS News is on the Global Close Door deposition. This is CBS News. Making this spring's hearing up, part of the Jewelry Television. New customers with $20 off purchases of $99 or more at GoTV.com. Home Guider, ongoing training of North American Partners, a family of brands that include for personal details and a friend of discount solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partner hard to new technology platforms developed in other forms. American Eagle helps us with technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insight equal key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power plants. In addition, both on-time and on-budget. American Eagle.com has the resources, experience, and tools needed for their solutions. Our new technology platform developed by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher profit, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home appliance in particular, check us out at repairplan.com. If you need a world-class platform or technology project, I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com. Or AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network, AmericanEagle.com, 773 Network. The best argument is that Nike brands don't care. There's an example for having a conversation for using performance and using drugs. But of course, our second post-combination is to study the clinical actions of discussing positive infertility drug, the coffee-therapy drug. This time, the main focus on technology for testosterone and its fertility drugs. One of the frequency gains of function is supposed to be getting stronger, but the players of those gains is trying to bring it true. Like a rabbit, it is. The U.S. stock market rebounded after oil prices stopped spiking on the fourth day before the opening of the economy. The Fed followed a steady start today, when fact the real stock index fell 12% after the worst lows in history. Particularly about the war has been well over the financial market timing this week. John Perkins for CBS News. The reason of putting up its defense that wasn't forceful. They're not necessarily reflective views of stock and ministry on the world platform. This is needed for we try to provide value, structure, and engagement practices, and we recommend that the people think of the things that are not focused on engagement. Notwithstanding, it's an option. And I'm sure the American fear is very common. Hopefully, to know how to find He's a former American, but he's currently the representative at Washington for the number of hits that have been taken around Guam and how many years those last have been doing it? Well, it looks like that. I think they're not going to find them. I think they're not around. But now I think people having more. Oh, it's my pleasure to be here. I'm so proud of your endeavors over the years and put, a game on the map for every unmet and met skill of disability thing. Well, thank you. I mean, I was impressed with the American I thought was one of the greatest doctors gave me a bit of a surprise last night. I was not glad I saw the lights when they just thought, I don't know what the language was going on. I wish the sound of it was from it. So, I'm assuming that you think that one of the most popular places, and then some of these only private areas have gone, did you know, if you know where they are, or did you open the world, or you know, one of the people and somebody talking about the old career after they had blazing through the buildings, did you discover your first sense of knowing the gratitude today? Yeah, I can hear that a lot, but I also like to know the fact that somebody like people have the other these locations around that particular community on the zone where they're going out to the last service. And it was a better way of getting to it. And it's still the first one to support you to further them, but I was that's one that made it a big non-directing community. Yeah. What I've been saying, so which of the criteria, which of these acts that you found, what felt like a recognition you discovered that this concept related to that breaking world that you instrumentally tested or exposed? Well, that's a lot of good questions. Probably some of the more remote welfare guys. So I'm feeling along the lines of the type of men and women back in 1970 when they were born into these families. There's a natural curiosity about the surroundings. Well, probably not a good about I think that one of the little things that I really found my best practice was the parents at the station was everything was there. And then he was doing this. You didn't use the benefit of social media to talk to them from that and so you can say that the socialization of this industry of bigger things and more like that probably one more weekend. I don't know, I like to think that I was a people mentioned as I think it's a known to some clients. I think that's the way that deeper than that. Good morning. Going back to that the Pacific Daily News had a Sunday Islander magazine insert, and I ran hikes on that one page for several years. Then I gravitated to a book about tracks on Guam, which we actually hope to come out with a new edition sometime this year. So it started with the traditional newspapers and in the books, and now it's more like obviously with social media. Yeah, but in that pursuit of sort of this enthusiasm for hiking the trail, you then also became sort of an expert, whether you like it or not, it appears, but of the guy that you go to for, safety, for, recommendations, and I think overall guidance on how to navigate these trails that Guam can rediscover over and over again. And so you found it had quite a significant following. And it was wonderful that came from off-island people who were perusing, Facebook for things to do, that you became kind of the guide. I don't know how you feel about being the guy, but I think whether or not you like it, your experiences might to help significantly keep the public safe at the same time. Well, I know some challenging inquiries and I try and address them. I did some working on one night from a young lady that's in the Army, but she's in Fort Carson, Colorado. She's trying to find the cave where her grandfather put his name on the cave entrance during World War II. Now, that's a bit of a challenge, but they might be able to actually pull that off. Although I don't know painting your name on a cave 80 years ago, depending on the type of paint you're using still exists. But now, I'm kind of putting this out if anybody has any knowledge, because the point was when the Army and the Marines, and his grandfather was in the U.S. Army, the 305th unit of the 77th. So when they went to the place to search for Japanese, they would always paint their name and their unit that they searched and that was cleared, which means there was no enemy in the cave. But now, in our mind, looking at caves, I never actually seen such a designation on them, so I don't know if it was in or otherwise. And of course, you can always state that you've got pictographs that have come back through centuries of Chamorro markings, so we do know that markings do exist for a long time. It depends on what was used to become a durable paint substance. So, it's something I'm trying to find about, but also putting it out with the public as an analogy to such an item. You're following, or you're a base of people that are, again, hiking enthusiasts have branched out, and like you said, if one Army soldier is looking for engravings from her grandfather 80 years ago. I mean, the network of people who rely on the information is really kind of cool in my perception. I'm just wondering, did you intend to be, and I'm going to call you the road star, because I think you have more than a human miles on Guam. Did you intend to be that guy, or did your curiosity, your natural curiosity, just run away with what you intended or didn't intend to do? It was never an intention. It was more like what you were saying. It just kind of evolved into one thing after another. Hikes and newspaper articles and the work environment with the original Boy Scout group, which was in the old USO in PD, which is now down to a clothing group led by Jenny Pataka and Graham Dennis Stoppers. So it's just kind of evolved. I think perhaps the point was find your passion in life and do it. I mean, that's great advice. At some point, this passion that you have had has also sort of transitioned into kind of the politics of the landscape. You write a lot of op-ed pieces, and I've seen your letters to the editor. You're very clear on your stance about where and what should belong in different places of the topography. And was that a natural also transition that comes in that passing?
I think in the past, and also my jobs I've had, whether it's Texas Recreation or Anderson Outpost First or National Park Service, because I think it's important that we make a concerted effort to preserve our natural and cultural heritage and our scenic resources. There's too many decisions that are being made that I don't think have enough community input, and my next article in the PD on Monday is going to reflect on some plans that are being put out for review. And we've got a 2050 sustainability plan that is now out for public review. I wish it had more visibility and more input. I went through the Biddy meeting, I believe it was last week, and I don't think there was more than 20 people there. And if this plan is going to be successful, it needs a tremendous amount of public review and input. We've had other planning efforts on the island that had much better input. I just concerned that people are getting burned out from Plan X, Plan Y, and then of course we have to try and deal with our military plans.
I think I haven't read Plan 2050, but I did look at glimpse of it, so I'm a little bit guilty of having had the interest enough to sit down and really consume it. But and that'll happen in time. I'm thinking, well, like for example, this you're going to be learning about these plans. Is there a specific plan that you think requires more attention that you're going to be listing in this upcoming article?
Well, I'm just listing a lot of things that are going on. But there's a deadline on March 11th for comments. The plan is only 499 pages long. I know I'm being critical. But for those that are interested, go to the web page of the Grand Bureau of Statistics and Plans and dive into the Grand 2050 Sustainability Plan. I think it's a bit overwhelming. And I think there needs to be more visibility, particularly we need to have perhaps a map and poster stations with large maps that people can just wander down and take a look at this.
Perhaps there will be. I mean, Lola Young-Guerrero doesn't have a problem, a lot of times marketing what her agenda is and choose if you can understand the media part of it. So maybe that's part of the plan for the 2050 document. Have you been even on a Navy installation and had the opportunity to have any of those four belief thoughts?
Well, that is quite interesting because in the military development and requirements, there's a public access plan that gives policies and procedures to use them. Unfortunately, the position is vacant, and therefore right now the plan is not being implemented. I've done an awful lot of these sites. Either as a guest or while I was here, I came to the Navy, so I had access. But my point is we need to have the public access plan position cleared, and it needs to be again promoted and tried, because I went on a couple of hikes the last maybe a year or two ago, and it's great because you get access and you have a guided escort, and you go to places like Armageddon. Armageddon is an incredible part of the island with the springs deep in the valley below the mountain crest, and waterfalls and rowdy sites. I think there's probably easily over 100 rowdy within that area.
Have you taken pictures of them? Okay, well, I'll go and do a deep dive on that.
You don't have people post so much around when you take the time things, that'll keep you up to everything.
Yeah, trust me, and I'm not very good at it, so I don't want to handicap in that area. You kind of alluded to something I was going to remind myself about. Was there was time when we were talking about when we were just building up the Camp Ross area up at the NCS, and you had happened upon, we won't discuss how that happened, but you had happened upon the site, and you had a clear view of things that were taking place. And I remember having a conversation. It escaped me the literal part of the conversation where you had gone to look at things and then discovered that things were not being handled correctly, and you stood there examining it, and while at the same time telling people what they were saying was necessarily what's happening. And so you have had access to some of these places that mostly the public would not have access to, but I think we sometimes use the benefit of the service to use those properties.
You're absolutely correct, but I'm been a critic, continue to be a critic, but I feel we're not being adequately served by government preservation office. But there's actually a hearing going on right now that I unfortunately not able to go to it, and it was to do a repairs, which is critical, resolution that is a hearing now. I'm trying to find 134/38 that opposes a proposed draft programmatic agreement, and I've written a couple of articles in the paper about that, but basically it just turns over our responsibilities to the military. That's my opinion, but I think it's well-founded. So we did, and I somehow, we can support the military, and we also need to be a study into what grounds the needs are. But not only preserving rights from folks, but look at what has happened now to our real housing crisis because of the military housing subsidy. It's taking a lot of local people out of getting rental units. I mean, I'm sitting in my house in my housing community, and I've got a fair amount of good military people up here. But the funny thing is, you have single service people living in a 3-bedroom house. Now, I don't think that's the best use of our housing resources.
I thought that wasn't allowed, that you couldn't sign them up without there's a year's already privileges to pay the most rent.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I know it happens. I don't know who actually tracks down on that whole thing.
But, people who are in the business of rental units, and the military was quite lucrative. Now, I'm also willing to say, I know of several workers, commandos who don't rent to the military, and those are rent to workers because they have a concern about the worker people military service.
I mean, that's not a bad thing, because the market also suggests that there are actually many more who are only discriminating against workers and going for the funding that is a fair funding of military service members, even if it means three different service members out there and joining the work to make a family in one household with that much rent between the three of them.
Well, that may be, but again, I can look out my window right now at the unit in the street. I don't know if it's a good service fund anymore. It's a two-bedroom unit. So, again, I mean, that's just part of a bigger crisis that we really get a better handle on.
It sounds like that's a harder thing to control, telling landlords how many occupants can be in this square foot or square footage property.
We need some healthy public discussion because the intention, I think, was not to send the servicemen to go and start the workers to get a 3-bedroom unit.
There's a lot of opinions if you have even from this on phone line What do you feel about what's happening under the water and specifically deep sea mining?
I don't like that. It's like, it's like a surprise and there's so many unknowns. So let's just take some time and go through the evaluation. But unfortunately, with Trump administration out there very particular and grand, and apparently they met with the governor, with the acting governor, John Canaro, who told them where it was. Well, again, there was no meeting with the people, and they were Trump, and it was just very aspect of the Trump administration. I got to use a phrase that you can relate to what's going on. I want to try and shoot first and ask questions later.
That is kind of a habit of this administration. We've seen the major interactions in the past very costly decisions on people that have been compromised.
The thing about Iran that we're doing now is it's so easy to go into a war and so hard to get out. Look at all these wars we've had in our lifetime. Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam. There is no compulsion to wars.
Well, it's not a far cry because you actually have encompassed both all of these ideas together, in your interest in all of these, undiscovered spots or places that have been long discovered but nobody really looks for. You have to have an opinion on these things that you're seeing in the preservation of the island and its culture and its land. I mean, it's not far-fetched that you would have to clear views. I want to address the part about what you're saying about Iran. We walk into a mess that in situations aside from the one thing that's Afghanistan and Vietnam, we become involved in this because of the really change. But as America, it has always been the practice when we enter into these kinds of conflicts that we don't like that the other person is not carrying out normalcy for humanity, but we kind of get the idea to go in as we go. We're looking at a situation where we're just blowing everything to smithereens without a plan. We're talking about a regime that's going to pop up again, like you said. What's part is we go in there, blow everybody off, replace the regime with somebody who's worse. That doesn't sound like a plan that is very well thought out. If you're weighing the possibility to go in and something worse is going to be the outcome, we're supposed to be rebuilding these countries. We're supposed to be investing in the prosperity of these nations that have given rise now to authoritarianism. And that's not what we're doing here. We're just blowing everything up and calling it epic fury, not any kind of reconsideration for reconstruction.
And maybe it's because the projects are upstream of the road.
Well, that fits right into the division fund, right? But, they're just calling in Tom Bondi again next week for what they subpoenaed. To ask questions about how the Department of Justice does not produce everything under the Epstein Transparency Act, which I find to be an unusual piece of legislation in modern time America. But, anyway, the political thoughts kind of jive with your historical knowledge, right? And the only way that sometimes you can get that is to take the time to go out and look at it. And that's why I'm telling you, because I feel like over 1,000 or about 1,000 hikes, maybe you're not counting the community, is recognizing that that's how they amount to something.
Let's go back to hiking, because I want to put in a pitch for groundbreaking factors as I've been with for decades. And I want to give you the uniqueness, because this Saturday morning, groundbreaking factors is going to teach first players. This isn't the one that Kim Brown, that was played number 2. First players in Sedin. Kelly Rodney going to is overlooking Ely Murray. So if people are interested in going, get the details from the groundbreaking factors and Facebook page.
Okay, well, why don't you give them to me now, sir? If I'm in the middle of winning 26, I can't keep losing about my name.
That's what I think. You're getting an overload on it. purges of that, and then now there's also this supplemental environmental impact statement coming out for lower island testing and training. That's only 724 pages. So,
yeah, you got to pick and choose what battle that you want to go in. So what's the particulars on your there?
It's a combatory, it's a lot overhang, and we're very fortunate that the owners are allowing us. So we've got a great view of the bay. I've been there quite a while ago, so I find it very interesting that he takes two books he describes in quite detail how they use the cave, and there's also a series of steps he carved into the rock to get up into the cave, and that can be seen.
Oh, that's cool. Well, when like I said, covering as much terrain as you have, any of the schools in particular by category, like the most complicated, I guess it might have to do with the timing from the 70s until now, but where do you think was the most challenging?
The most challenging, we went all the way from Study Bay over, up to the classes, follow the ridges, and then all the way over to middle school. That was quite an achievement.
Yeah. So that was the most challenging. What was the most dangerous?
Well, if you want to hike the coastline from California Bay down to Interland, that has some reef rocky, and you've got to do it early in the summer when there's a low tide, because there's maybe a section 100 yards round, and these flowers may be over 20 feet wide, and you don't have to be swept out the ocean by the wave.
Yeah. And what was the most pleasurable?
I think the question on the most pleasurable, but what you enjoy people, you know? It used to be when you would just be enjoying achieving the challenge that you get over in life and sit together and enjoy the sound of the face and the wind coming through the trees and the beauty of the island. That can be many places. Celebrations, the land, that land.
How about the one that has been the most inaccessible? Well, it's just like, it's property, or do you ever run up against something that would bar you from curiosity?
Well, we've got some limitations on going places by land ownership, and I won't deal with that because I have an ethical respect for landowners. I think in many ways, the word a lot of families who take care of their land and how to appreciate that, and they take care of notice stands. And I think we need to have more government ties and a positive nature on preserving our heritage, and not government programs that say you can't do this and you can't do that, because that doesn't have a good working relationship.
How many more years ago did you from leaving high school and being high school and going something? How many years ago? Did you say that?
One year at a time. October, I'm going to get 80.
Good for you. Okay, well, yeah, there's something to be said about being 79 and still tackling, these skills.
Unfortunately, even though I got them, you have to face reality. You have to take care of yourself. Let your body sometimes just begin to wear on you. It's just human life.
That's so true. Is there, I'm going to ask you a very question. It's a definitely my career, and I completely forgot what it was. I just wanted to check you that. Oh, I know what it was. Should you get lost?
Oh, yeah, you can get lost.
Oh, not me. I know I can. I'm just walking out the front door. And that's how you could get lost.
Well, the funny thing is, I got lost, but getting lost is very relative because I really people if you get lost, don't get in a valley, get up on a high point. At least you can see the way out, and at least on a high point you can get cell phone coverage.
Yeah. So you're equipped with the cell phone to use the compass?
I see the compass. Wow, the compass built into my rock.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's modern times. There certainly wasn't that kind of technology back in the 70s. I'm sure you hang on to these old-style ways, and if you're on the map, you'll never go wrong unless it gets wet. But other than that,
I have a feeling on my maps that take a lot. But you know, things like compasses go back forever, and you can tell where you are by what goes back to the beginning of mankind, you know, the sun rises in the earth and so forth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but there have been a number of times in our history where we've been plucking people out of the boom for years. We've had helicopters thrown around and firefighters that are deep into these rooms, and you see that people are getting lost. What's the one thing that they're not doing when you get lost? I mean, or just around the turn aside of dropping breadcrumbs and putting ribbons on the trees. What is the most common mistake that they make?
There's probably several, but many times you could have person that has to, there's an injured person confront, but I think if somebody is lost, they need to just, in fact, keep charging into the building, but just stop and see if you can backtrack on your trail. And, like I said just a little bit ago, if you're really lost, try and get to the right path for the reasons of the fact that you can take car coverage in a high point, not down in a gorge. You can be seen, and if they need to send a helicopter, you're more visible. Now, there are worse, though. I've got instances of that. A couple times we've had helicopters and rescue with an injured person. You're hard to see on the ground with a helicopter flying overhead. So if you're really concerned about that, take a quick around. But now that I've said that, use the quick rising and this kind of fire.
I was just going to ask you that. You're going to do that in the middle of the agenda. Have you been hiking in the trails of Pennsylvania? Has that expanded into any country or city or state?
Oh, you mean outside? I mean, land?
Yeah.
Well, but I've been fortunate. I've been to every little island, so I had an opportunity to go to Canada. They're talking about an interesting island with a volcano spewing toxic fumes off into the distance. That was interesting. But I think everyone around the best one to go to is go to Canada. That's more environmentally oriented, more culturally oriented, and very friendly.
Oh, I like that. I was on an airplane once with a woman whose lifestyle was just that. It was a glorious 5-hour flight between Honolulu and I think Los Angeles or San Francisco, and it was just, she was so entertaining that these places that she's gone, and these peaks and these valleys and all of these places all across the world, and that's just kind of what she did. She was very adventurous. She was single, she had no children, and she spent all of her life, and she was in her 70s. And it was just like, I was so overwhelmed and a little bit jealous that in her 70s and me in my mid-60s, I had the desire to create the world hiking. And it was just so inspirational to hear her talk about the many places that she's been in all different kinds of climates, which I thought was pretty cool.
Where did it take your radio program and say, you're now broadcasting live from radio and from CNN and Typewriter and Target and Aaron?
Let's go. I'm ready. Let's go. It's always a pleasure to revisit the subject you have your opinions about being this review and from all sorts of game that many of us will never ever see or venture into. It's always great to see you influence so many people into loving these things. And I appreciate congratulations on your new or 1,000th Spotify one, and there are many more hats to hope for you.
Thank you so much, and your listeners on the ground doing something every Saturday morning.
There you go, and follow him on Facebook. It's easy to find David Watts, L-O-T-Z, is where you can find him on social media. All right, Mr. Watts, have a wonderful day. Take good care of yourself.
Thank you.
It's my pleasure. It is 9:47 now. Go ahead and take that break. Yes, we'll be right back. Notwithstanding, Gimnasia Ginecolifon es el otro óptimo si signore Hope Christopher. Tomorrow generation. Gimnasia Ginecolifon is due tomorrow. Equal to Dr. Laura Terrasauro. change. It's a huge option. David Hill, let's make it crazy. Brother, Patti and the owner of Special Food. Pick up a chicken burger Patti. Chocolate, grab a food candy. Order personally at retail and take the purchase. Only food on the finance and the package of the process. Drop off downtown. That's it. Pick up all my little subway. You value the Walmart efficiency. So when you order a single decision.com, click on and see your product, sign up or wrap is ready for you. When you click the food pack to your phone on singlecision.com, your food will be ready to pick up on your convenience. All delivered you are good to go. Even if when you order online at schedule.com, it can be within months. It will get your meal fresh and ready to go. You have a little fresh to be from. Struggling with mental health or substances and social media topics, the mental health court offers expertise with treatment, support, and accountability. You can turn your life around. If you're ready to take that step, then here to help you today. To learn more, visit OnePointStaff.com. Mental health. Hope, healing, a fresh start. This project is supported by Grant number 15PBJ awarded by the Bureau of Justice Assistance. You can follow the Department of Justice and Office of Justice Community. Since the Bureau of Municipal Projects are located office, and do not necessarily represent the official position of functions of the U.S. Department of Justice. Leaders, you and everything going to your work. You will not find. I'm not going to be playing today because the university, I don't know if they're actually, yes, there are. Benji will be on to cover today's events, but to be candidate at the University of Guam, and it's the day that this higher institution was chartered, and they do celebrate its creation and all of those successes in the 7 years they've invited tomorrow to sort of a conversation. I probably should get more information about it, but I was intrigued definitely by the invitation and this appearance and to participate in the forum about knowledge. Right, about grandmothers. And when you say the word knowledge, sometimes you really feel like it doesn't make it into you at 65, but it just goes. Somebody yelled at me last week and I almost lost my mind. I was like, wait! No! At what point in your life is it okay? And it's the stark reality that this is a very significant, strong act of respect. And, you know, it's in some ways, and in some age groups, people don't do that. I give them as not, I've received one. Two, actually, in the same one. I'm like, no! But hey, you're going to have to wear it with pride, because when you get to a certain age and you become a grandmother, somebody will carry you money. And that's not lost on me. The last thing I wanted to put on the agenda put off the agenda, was a story I was too critical of it yesterday before yesterday something. There was a slew of releases out of the Congressman's office about a number of things that felt like they were a little bit pie in the sky. Wanting to amend the Organic Act. And let's read the key introduced legislation that says amending the Organic Act, and you've got 9 months left in your term. It becomes one of those news releases that you go, good idea. The execution is probably not going to be there, but thanks for giving me hope that one day my official round will be returned back to me. And there were a couple of things. Even the contender for that office, Senator Mary Torres, former Senator Mary Torres, who wants that seat now, was very critical of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 releases that have come out where they have zero to do with a lot of the issues that people want to hear answers to. Well, today he's released a couple of news releases, and one of them is actually a big win for them, and a big win for Congressman Ryan. They passed the House of Representatives passed H.R. 6472, This would be the Territorial Student Access to Higher Education Act, marking a major legislative step forward, demonstrating the sustained work required to move on plans. Again, that's the pitch. Overall, this bill will allow students born in the other U.S. territories who are American citizens an opportunity to apply to public colleges and universities across the country, and because we pay significantly higher out-of-state tuition costs, which is pretty significant to people like us. I mean, if you're not from that state, then you generally don't pay to go to a state university. We're not a part of any of the states, so we have to pay the top dollar wherever any of these kids go. This bill will now offer some relief in that it will allow for parity. So American students living in the territories, that they will be able to get their degrees without having to pay huge financial burden, and that they can be considered for relief and tuition. And sometimes that is like the only thing that makes a difference between a kid going to college and not going to college on the money line is the fact that it costs too much. It still has to clear the Senate, but there is precedent for this kind of movement, and he is joined by other members of the territory to be able to push this one through. So that was a big get for him. The second measure that he was able to push through is another bipartisan lower student loan act. That was the passage of a measure that would cap the federal student loan interest rates at 2%, and that will have a lot of breaks for students who have taken out these loans or are intending to take out loans that will allow them to cap the interest rate on that. It's the lowest that I guess. If the student's getting out of college and you're getting out of college and you're trying to pay your student loan, sometimes these payments can be considered as rent or even a mortgage. And that sticks with you for a very long time. If the interest rates and the time affects your revenue, and you're just working to pay off your student loan. I know people who as adults and early in their career and still trying to pay the student loan. So a 2% cap would not be a very easier thing to handle this payment. So, two good pieces of legislation can actually affect a person and is making its way meandering as my symptoms. So, good job on that one. It sounds like you're going to do that great for everything Child Benson is going to talk about next. Just a couple of minutes, we're going to pick up on a super this afternoon, so 2 o'clock is 6. That's the way we're going to round out our day. Google University of Brown, congratulations on your Saturday. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, at Patti this morning. Well, it's the CBS News, TV, and